Hello, everybody, and welcome back, I should say. We're back after the rest day here for the second half of the Prague Chess Festival tournaments. We are at the business end of the tournaments now. It's round 6 today in both the Masters and the Challengers tournament, which we're going to cover in depth. And so far, we've been treated to, well, excellent chess. Very, very close, as you can imagine. This tournament tends to be, over the years, a very, very tight affair with so many great players of a similar level, certainly in the Masters tournament and also in the Challengers tournament as well. We have, a lot of close games. But as things stand, starting with the Challengers, we do have a clear leader after 5 rounds, and that is the Hungarian young grandmaster Benjamin Gladura. Great player, having a fantastic tournament on 4 out of 5. He is followed by Mateusz Bartel, who's also having a great tournament, the veteran Polish grandmaster on 3.5. Then followed by the local player Jan Vikuk, who's having a great tournament, outperforming his rating by some distance as well. And in the main event, in the Masters tournament, we've got a tie for first place at the top. 3 players on +1. That's Dayak, Kamer, and Robson. A whole bunch of players on 2.5. And then a few players at the bottom of the tournament on -1. Gelfand, Nguyen, and Wang Hao. Very, very tightly packed. Anybody's tournament still in the Masters. Absolutely any one of those players can still win if they put together a winning streak. Today is round 6, and we are already seeing moves come through. Before we go there, of course, delighted once again to be joined by the one and only France vice champion and quite a decent little boxer, actually, in her own right. That is Natasha Benmezbar. Natasha, welcome. How are you doing?
Hi, Lawrence. I'm fine. Very happy to be here today to comment this very nice and very strong chess tournament with you. And welcome, everybody. As you said, the Masters tournament is very, very tight. Maybe you could have a look at the games.
Yeah, we can go straight there indeed. Let's go with one of the leaders, Daniel Bogdan Deac. He's had a really good tournament. He's an interesting player in many ways because he's still incredibly young. I believe he is
22, I
21.
think.
Yeah, 21 or 22. Yeah, exactly. Incredibly young, but he's actually been kind of visible for quite a few years. But he's really making, I would say, sort of progress now. He got over 2,700 last year. Okay, he lost a few points, which is kind of standard, but he is the pure hope of Romania, Romanian chess. We're not going to count Rapport. Of course, Rapport now playing for Romania, playing under the Romanian flag, having moved from the Hungarian Federation, but it is Daniel Bogdan Deac who is the homegrown talent and has got all the potential in the world. And this would be a major win, actually. If he were to win this tournament, it would be massive for him. Today, he plays against Harry Krishna. Harry Krishna is having a very standard tournament, 5 draws so far. Had some small chances, also defended. So I think it's a fair score for Harry. And the position is as follows after 4 moves. We started with an English and an English 4 knights with 4e4. Transposing, in fact, to a reversed Sicilian. The main move here for years and years, and still the main move, is just to play g3, inviting black to open the position with d5. e4, however, is a perfectly good move. And black does play the move bishop b4, which is also one of the top moves in the position. transposing to a reversed Rossolimo. Uh, White plays d3, black plays d6, so far so good, and white plays a3. And black now voluntarily retreats his bishop back to c5. You can, of course, take on c3, but you give away the two bishops, leads to a very strategically complex game. Instead, Derek decides to play bishop c5, and Hari Krishna wastes no time in gaining space, b4, bishop b6, and we have the following position here. I fully expect at some point Hari Krishna to put a knight on a4, actually, Natasha, in this position, maybe even straight away. Because the problem is, if you play or bishop e3, also, of course, a very standard move. I was going to say, if you play a move like g3, is knight g4 already a problem? Maybe it's not. Maybe you can just defend with rook a2. Maybe there is no threat here. But it's these sorts of things you have to keep out for. Hari Krishna says, I don't want any part of this. I want to keep black's threats to a minimum, so I'm going to immediately trade the position. Kind of curious what the theory is, actually, in that position. I might have a look at that a bit later on. We'll go to another game as that spices up. We can quickly go past the Wynn versus Ray Robson game. We have a London mainline kind of opening, lots to develop there. So nothing too special to analyze there. More interesting are the games of Navara Shankland and Kema Martirosyan. Navara Shankland, for the first time, and maybe this is a small surprise, Sam Shankland goes for a hyper-modern system with g6, f3, and c5. So, and f3 also, very interesting move by Navara, same-ish defense. And we do get that big pawn center where we have a same-ish Benoni. Yeah, the inclusion of h6 is interesting. We have a position which has been reached many times before. And I guess the idea is that after the move queen d2, most of the time black plays h5. But it might not be strictly necessary. For example, the move rook e8 might exist here. The point being bishop takes h6, runs into the idea of knight takes e4. Well-known idea, with the point being once you take back, black plays check and can actually recapture the bishop, either with the queen or the bishop. So queen d2 is kind of standard here. Fixing the queen side with a5, also very, very standard. Conceptually, I don't know about in this exact position. Or you can try and develop some pieces with knight g2. The knight often slips out here. Chris Ward, Glenn Fleer, Natasha, these
No,
are...
I was
Yes.
sorry, Lawrence. I was going to say, White wants to develop their knight on h3, then f2. So,
Well,
and the idea is if black plays too early, knight b d7,
right.
white can play knight h3 and knight f2. So I think in this position, black tries to delay the knight development by playing rook e8, queen e7, and at a point, white won't have any other choice than playing knight g e2, and then black can play knight b d7.
Very, very good observation. Very, very, and totally agree with you. The knight often sits on f2 if it can, waiting for this. Waiting for this move first. So move orders do matter in this same issue. I'll be very curious to see how Navarra approaches this. Kema Martirosyan isn't so exciting. We have a classic Queen's Gambit declined, a position that isn't completely unusual to us. We've seen games already in this tournament with the knight on f3 and queen on c2. I wonder if we'll get the absolute classical 9 now with the queen on c2 and the knight on e2. Could very well. It's possible. It's very, very possible. And well, we'll see how Vincent Kamer decides to set up here, because he's got to make that decision. And in Wang Hao against Gelfand, we have a Sicilian with e6 and a 4-knight Sicilian. Again, a Sicilian we've seen actually quite a lot. We've seen a few games already this tournament with takes, takes, and e5. But Wang Hao's the first to deviate with the move a3, a useful move, preventing bishop b4. But it does allow black to strike out in the center with d5, bishop b5, bishop d7, takes and takes. And we've already seen that Boris Gelfand is not afraid to enter these isolated queen's pawn positions. He really actually likes them. So no surprise here. Castles, bishop e7. Bishop now comes back to e2 voluntarily. White says the bishop isn't doing anything there now. I'm going to bring it back. Castles and bishop e3. We have a very, very standard isolated queen's pawn position. Black's argument is that the move pawn to a3 is actually not useful for white in this position, and that he's wasted some time. Black, on the other hand, I think will play kind of standard stuff. I think he'll try and get this bishop active. So at some point, I expect to move something like rook c8, followed by the move bishop d6, where the bishop is performing, perhaps put the pawn on a6. And it looks like a very acceptable isolated queen's pawn position for black. In fact, Boris did play the move rook e8 first, also sometimes hinting that the bishop can just drop back to f8. But the rook is clearly well positioned on e8, and this rook is clearly well positioned on c8 on the double semi-open open file and semi-open file. So a lot to develop in those games. Let's go to the challengers, Natasha. And what do we have here? Well, we have a very solid day so far. Very solid day. We're always going to get fireworks, though, with Jurgis Peszak, a very enterprising player. And today we got a Catalan with an early d takes c4, which, of course, can be played bishop g2 and c6, transposing to a Slav variation of the Catalan. And now white has got a decision to make. Does he castle immediately, or does he try the move knight e5 to try and pick up this pawn? Will be very interesting to see what Finnick decides to do. Lots of games have been played, of course, in this line. Very common is actually just to castle, allow black to play b5, and play, for example, knight e5, bishop b7, which is kind of standard, and now a move like b3 is all the rage. The point being that after c takes b3, you can actually take back with the a pawn. This was found not that long ago, I would say, as conceptually, where white has got full compensation for the pawn due to the open A and open C files and the fact that black can't get developed easily. We do, in fact, have this position on the board. Let's see what ideas Finnick has got. Be very curious to see what he ends up doing against this particular setup. Stalmak Motilov is another interesting position, another Slav, this time a Chevenenko Slav, something similar to what we've seen, but Stalmak now plays the move a4 first, preventing b5, e6, bishop g2, and now we get c5. Actually going from a Slav to a Queen's Gambit accepted position, but white now takes. And we have this position here after 95, king e7 and castle. So we have a queen's gambit accepted. Of course, white not running many risks here at all. Alexander Motilov not in the mood, it seems, for a big fiery battle. White is almost always going to win his pawn back very quickly. This knight can actually come out to e3 as well. And the positions tend to be a little dry, but always a little edge for white. I didn't really understand the appeal of playing these positions for black at all, with almost close to zero winning chances and just whether you want to make a draw or not. It was always a little strange to me. Yes, Natasha, any thoughts? Have you ever played this opening before with either color?
No, no. I told you I don't play d4, and when my opponent play d4, I play Benoni or Kings and Jan.
Right.
But not d5. So yeah, I think you're right. Maybe Alexander Motilov is not in the mood to fight, as you said. Yeah, his opening choice is a little bit weird. Maybe the draw is enough for him for today.
Yeah, we'll see. He's playing obviously a young guy, a very well prepared opponent in Stalmack, and well, we will see.
Of course.
Okay, let's move to another position. Paul Vinicius against Vcook has got the possibility to be very interesting. We have an English symmetrical variation with an early b6. Not seen that much nowadays, but I was always asking myself why. Because I think playing this fianchetto is very interesting. And certainly playing the double fianchetto is even more interesting. Inviting white to open the position with d4 and playing this hedgehog position. I've done quite a lot of work on the hedgehog with some of my students because I think strategically they're very interesting and a very good weapon actually for improving players. You give white a lot of space, but you have a lot of spring in your game. And I'm very curious to see how that game develops. But we're, of course, still only on move 7. A lot has to happen. Gledura Akash has also been a form of nearly a Catalan, but Akash plays the popular move A4, sorry, B5, to prevent just that, which you can do in this move order. Gledura plays A4 and B4 and C4. This is the typical recipe against this concept. B takes C3, knight takes C3, castles and bishop F4. Probably completely fine for black, but at the same time, difficult to play for black, potentially. Rook comes to C1 quickly, semi-open C-file. I think I would take white here, just instinctively. And last but not least, Bartel against Lamy. We have an anti-Berlin with d6. We've already seen this as well so far, but this time Bartel goes for b takes e6 and d4, transposing to a sort of Philidor, an old school Philidor, which I don't mind at all. E takes d4, and now white actually does have a legitimate choice which way to take back. I expect Bartel to take with the knight. And now black has got a decision to make. Does he play c5 immediately, or does he protect the pawn with bishop d7? Another very strategically complex position over there. And that's all the positions so far. Now we have had some updates. Natasha, knight to d1 played by Navarra. So we saw queen d2, rook e8, precisely because bishop takes h4, knight takes e4, and this check exists. And look at this move. What is this move all about?
Okay, it is the first time that I see this move. Do you know this move, or have you ever seen this move? I'm thinking that maybe the idea is
Nope.
to play. I don't know. He wants to play knight f2 and then knight d3, and then maybe later knight h3, knight f2, and go for f4, e5.
Knight
I don't
f2,
know.
knight d3.
It's a little bit weird. Maybe, or I was thinking maybe you move the rook, and a1 rook, b3, knight b2, knight c4. I have no idea what's the idea
No,
behind this
I,
move.
I think the idea is this. I think he wants to put this knight on f2, and then he
I don't
wants
know.
to put this knight on c3 as the setup. Actually makes a
Fixed.
lot of sense.
Yeah, he's switches.
He's switching the
Knight.
knights. Yes.
Switching the knight.
Because as you said before, normally this is available, but white can't do that as long as the bishop stays open. So for example, if knight bd7, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw knight e2. If black now goes knight e5, which is totally standard, we'd see knight ec3. Let's say bishop d7 and knight f2. And I think he wants to play this, bishop e2 and castles. Very interesting concept, which I hadn't considered before. Clearly he has.
But
And
white loses a tempo doing this with this plan or not? Does white lose a tempo playing
yes,
knight c3, d1, f2, knight e2,
yes.
c3, even two tempo?
Theoretically, he does lose time, but his argument is that what black can't actually do anything to stop it. That's the argument. I think it's a very fair argument as well. I think it's completely reasonable. I like it. I think it's interesting. I think it's very, very interesting. So we're going to see how Sam wants to react to that. Wang Hao has put his bishop on f3. That was the other reason for retreating back to e2, attacking this pawn. So the question now is how to defend this pawn. Not an easy move to play now for black. How do you wish to defend this pawn? Not easy. In fact, I don't even really see a move here, to be honest.
Maybe bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop
Seems to be
e6, but
the way.
now, so you're okay with this transition, basically. Could be, because maybe this is okay, but I'm always very worried about having these pawns. Reminds me of that old Fischer game where he takes on e6 like this and then crushes. White structure is very sound and black structure isn't, but black has got a lot of dynamism. Not just that this move is sometimes available, but he's got ideas of putting a knight on c4, the rook comes to c8, with the knight on c4 can cause some problems. So this is actually quite a big decision for Boris, because I'm not really sure what else he's supposed to do here, actually. I'm really not sure what he's supposed to do. Where else is the bishop supposed to go? I mean, you actually don't have many moves here at all. And I don't think sacrificing the pawn is possible. Although, let's look at this. This is the only other logical move. If you take with the bishop here, First and foremost, it looks very strange. Can I play this move now as black? This looks very, very strange to allow this.
Yes. Maybe can I take, if you take on d5, I was thinking maybe knight takes first. Does it change something? And then bishop g4?
Well, now it's check, right? That's the
Oh,
difference.
okay.
And now I can move my queen. I'm not even sure where to move it, but let's say queen. I don't want to allow knight c4, so let's say queen c1. And I do feel like this is probably, maybe black is still okay here, but a pawn is a pawn, and you're not really fighting for an advantage here as black. You're fighting to equalize. So actually, this move knight e5, I can expect. I think white's only logical move is to go knight takes d5. So the question is, after takes, takes, and let's say takes, takes, this is the most logical continuation. Does black have enough compensation here for the pawn? Tough one. The answer is
Yeah.
probably yes, but
Yeah, the knight on d4 is holding the house, I would say. Knight on d4 is very, very strong, and it controls many squares.
correct.
So, for example, your bishop on d7 has no so many square to go to
Correct.
enjoy his full power, I would say. So I think black has compensations for sure, but not enough in this position. I think it's not enough for black.
You don't think it's enough? Interesting. Yeah, it
No.
might not be. It might not be. But in many ways, this is a difficult position for black because Boris actually has to make a decision here. It's a game-changing decision. Does he go for the pawn sacrifice, or does he play a slightly awkward move, bishop e6? It'll be interesting to see. Let's see what Boris does. In Hare Krishna Dayak, we actually got a few moves after bishop e3. Bishop g4, fighting over this d4 square looks completely standard to me. And bishop e2, takes, and knight d4 indeed played. And knight a4 now by Hare Krishna also looks perfectly fine. Takes, queen takes, and we have this position here. Looks more than pleasant for white. Might not be anything special, but a bit more space. You know, white can't be worse. Win against Robson, we did see a decision by Ray to immediately challenge the London bishop on f4, and Win ignored it with bishop d3, saying, I don't care if you take my bishop, because now I have this big grip over the e5 square, b6, queen e2 on the board. Totally understandable, totally acceptable way to play for white with this knight coming to e5. Black has to do something with this bishop. He'll probably end up putting it on b7. And white will play c3, knight bd2, knight e5, and decide where to go from there. No big news in the Kemar Martirosian game. Queen c2, h6 on the board. Will the bishop go here or here? That's what Vincent is actually contemplating. And in this position here, Navarra, Shankland, Sam has played the move king h7. And yes, now I expect the knight to go to e2, c3, and this knight to go to f2. Looks totally standard. Matthias Bartel did, in fact, decide to take back on d4 with the queen and bishop e7. So this is an interesting position. Can white think about the move e5 here? That's a question. Can white think about the move e5 in this position? What
Okay,
do you think
after
of
a
that?
move, yeah, after e5, I don't want to take on e5 with black. Otherwise, my pawn structure will be very, very bad.
Okay.
Like with my double isolated pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So after e5, maybe I'm looking at moves like c5. You attack me, I try to counterattack your queen to gain a tempo on your queen.
Mm-hmm.
So where would you go with your queen?
Good question. H4, F4, F4, let's say.
Okay, now I was thinking I'd move like knight d5, but maybe it's not the best square for the knight.
Yeah, knight
This
d5.
is knight d5 is my first thought.
Yeah. Now I come back here.
Okay, and I cannot castle because you play bishop h6.
Correct.
So
And
maybe knight d5 isn't the right square. Can I go somewhere else? Maybe knight h5 or knight g4? I don't know. Knight
knight
g4.
g4 is a bit strange to me. Like if I just go here,
I take on e5 with a knight.
you want to do this, okay, and castle. And even though you have these pawns, you have the compensation of the two bishops.
Yeah, and your queen side is not developed yet. Your queen side,
Right.
your pieces.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, so an interesting decision here for white. And Mathieu says, I don't want to clarify things. I want to keep some tension with bishop g5. And if Erwin castles, he wants to play knight c3. I'm pretty sure that's his idea. Lots can happen still in this game, of course. Stalmack did take back the pawn on c4, totally understandable, and knight c6. And as I say, it's very, very close to equality. Stalmack not running any risks today. Um,
Yeah, it's very close to equality, as you say, but we prefer white because of the bishop on c8. The black bishop is, we would say, a bad bishop. It's locked by
mhm.
his own pawns, e5 and b7, and until black develop this bishop, I would say that white is slightly better. If black finds a way to find a good square for the c8 bishop, it will be okay. But otherwise, I play with white. In this position, I think white can play e4, maybe continue with e5. Oh wait,
So knight goes somewhere. The question is where. It's also a good question. Let's say it goes here. Now you would want to go e5. Now you have a check. Maybe you don't have to push so quickly, Natasha. Maybe you can get your pieces out.
you're right.
Why not try and trade this bishop off? Because now the d6 square is weak, for example. Quite interesting. We'll see. Well, he didn't do that. He brought the knight out straight away. He brought the mile out. He brought the knight out straight away. And well, again, not the most exciting position ever to discuss. So I think we'll move on. No big fireworks, but we go to Wang Hao, Gelfand. We did, in fact, get bishop b6. So Boris was not in the mood today to give up material. Takes in g3. Very natural move here by Wang Hao. But of course, Boris now does have the option of bringing this knight into c4, which I believe he will do. And I think big fight on our hands in that game. David Navarre is continuing on with the plan of putting the g1 knight onto c3 and this other knight onto f2. As I said, I do like it. And Sam has to find a way to do. The problem with these Bononis, as you know, Natasha, is what to do with the c8 bishop. Right? This is the thing about Bononis. If you can somehow put it on d7 and get in b5 successfully, you're very happy. And if you can't, you're very sad. And I guess one of the reasons why Navarro wants to put the knight on f2 is because in a position like this, let's say I get in a few moves. If you're not careful, I can go h3, f4. And your knight might actually be in trouble. I can also stop all of your b5 ideas with a5. You can still try and get in b5 with a b5 like this, but you give yourself the isolated pawn, but it is standard to do this with black. And it still might be okay for black. I don't know how much experience Shanklin has got with the Benoni. But he's obviously a super grandmaster and understands all chess positions, so it doesn't really matter so much, I would say. And yeah, we'll see. Well, he has put the knight on e5. Okay, let's go to another game. Where else can we go? What about this Gladura Akash game? Because we did see something. Bishop f4, a5, knight e5. Totally standard. c6, and now queen b3. It's a curious move. And bishop a6. Maybe he wants to bring this rook to c1 and keep this rook on the a file. But the queen, I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be doing on b3. What's queen b3 all about as an idea? Queen b3. Any thoughts on this as an idea, Natasha? What's the idea behind it? I don't know.
Maybe the only idea is, as you said, is just to bring the rook and then you go back to d1 and...
Do you think it's also possible that he wants to stop queen b6? I think that's probably more likely. That black actually wants to play queen b6 because then he can develop the knight. So maybe this is directed specifically against queen b6. Anyway, we have the position after bishop a6. Of course, very, very complex. All the pieces on the board. On the face of things, you take white because you've got the natural targets. But maybe
But
things
here,
are not so easy. Maybe things are not so easy. Sorry?
no, here I was thinking, can I play c5 immediately? No, it's not possible. Or maybe
It's possible,
not good,
but you always give up this square.
of course.
And you have to be certain that this is not a problem. And I don't think you can be certain, basically.
No, it's too early to play a move like
Mhm.
c5. I'm not ready with black to play such a move.
Right.
So I have to rook fc1. How can I develop my pieces with black?
Um, yeah, no, it's not an easy one at all. Not easy to handle these positions. Paul Vinicius against V Cook. Paul Vinicius against V Cook. We did get the move d4 takes, and now V Cook has gone for the surprising knight c6. I say surprising because traditionally that's not actually where the knight goes in these hedgehogs. It either goes to d7 or it can come to a6 as well. So that's very, very curious actually. So very, very interesting that knight c6 has been played. Now I guess white is going to move the queen over to h4. This is the standard move to threaten this, but maybe black just says, okay, I go h6. And if you're not careful, in some positions I can go g5. For example, let's just say you played a non-move. Does the move g5 exist here? And the argument probably is yes. g5 does exist in this position. The queen has got no squares except h3, and then you go g4. You actually win a piece, so you would have to sacrifice the queen, which is why, in fact, Paul Vinicius has put his queen on a much more efficient square, the f4 square, so he doesn't get into these kind of problems. And we will see how things develop. Finek against Peshek is perhaps the most interesting game of the round so far. We saw this Slav with a4. I mentioned before how the move b3 has become very fashionable. Of course, a4 a slightly more classical way of treating this position. Pawn to a6, knight to c3, and knight to d5, of course, because now this is a threat. So black blocks the diagonal. And Finek just says, I don't care, e4. You have to take and take. And now knight d7 challenging the knight. White has got typical sort of what's the word? Compensation. So we'll see exactly how Finek tries to do that. I guess one idea is that he's going to try and get the queen out very quickly here, or maybe try and break in the center like this. One of these ideas will be employed by Finek. But we're going to get a very interesting game. Peshak clearly not interested in giving any kind of easy game. He's saying, I've won a pawn, you're the younger player, you're the lower rated player. Show me that you know how to play with the initiative here. So we will see. Okay, what else do we have going on? In the win game, we actually have a an interesting moment because uh, here Ray Robson elected to offer a trade of bishops, which of course makes a lot of sense. Um, a lot of sense. Bishop a6, and in this position here, after bishop a6, white has got a choice, but he decides to trade. Black will take back with the knight almost certainly. And it feels as though Win is not in the mood for a big fight today. That is my impression. Win has played very quickly, but has White really got anything here? I'm not so sure, to be honest. Doesn't feel like Win has got a whole lot in this position here, I'll say.
Yeah, in this position, White can play, would say, positional and solid with a4, trying to take control on the b5 square. Maybe play with knight a3, knight b5, or you can go to another kind of position, more say a messy position. Instead of playing a4, you can try to play something like with c4. Instead of playing a4, you can go for c4.
Instead of a4. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So there is two different plan, I would say, for White. More positional, or immediately try to fight for the center, and with the the face-to-face rook queen. I don't know how you
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
So we'll see
Yeah.
which.
I think c4 is very, very interesting. Just trying to open the position up.
We'll see what is Nguyen moods today.
I agree. Yeah, we'll see if he's in a big, big fighting mood or not. Not totally sure. Kemar Martirosyan, very, very solid. Queen's Gambit decline position, almost not worth talking about at the moment. This is one of the most interesting games of the round because there's so much complexity. Shanklin has gone rook b8, hinting, of course, that he wants to try and get in b5. And I guess if we get this position, which is very likely, the question is, can White actually castle here and allow b5? The answer probably is no. The answer probably is no.
Yeah, as we said earlier, White with the plan playing knight e3, d1, f2, the switching knight plans loses two tempo, and so it gives time for Black to prepare the b5 push in a good condition. So I don't know if the idea is very, very interesting to play knight d1, knight f2, knight e2, knight c3, but I don't know if it's not the time that Black needs to have a fine position, or at least to equalize in Benoni.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of these time wasting moves, as you said,
So it's a bit
have
slow.
been, yes, you know, you're right. If these tempo losses can be taken advantage of by Black, then this whole concept doesn't really work for White. Because if Black gets this exact position, it's been a huge success. It's been a huge success. So yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, Gelfand has decided to centralize the rooks. He didn't want to play knight e5, knight c4. He decided to go queen d7 and rook a d8. Also very logical. The rooks are very nicely centralized here. I
And
think, yes,
there's a threat actually after rook a d8.
of d4.
d4, yes, a fork.
Yeah, yeah. Got to be careful. Always be careful. So white has to try something. Maybe a move like bishop g5 makes a lot of sense. But then if you go h6, you don't really want to give up the bishop because the bishop on f6 will be massive. So what are you actually supposed to do here? It's a bit annoying, this move actually. A move like knight e2 doesn't look good because of e5 or knight g4. Something like this looks good. I think black is doing all right, actually. The more I look at this position, the more I'm kind of happy as black. White's pieces look fine, but actually this bishop is problematic. Very problematic. Um, so yeah, I think a lot of work to be done here. A
Yes,
lot of work to be done.
White has to find the right moves.
Correct. White does have to find the right moves. Not easy at all. Okay. And Queen e2 found by Wang Hao. So what's the idea of Queen e2 is that if d4, he can pin. And now if the queen moves away, you can take on c6 and then take on d4. So this is a nice solution by Wang Hao, finding this so he can go here. Yeah, this is basically the only way to play. But I still think black is doing all right. Still feels reasonable. But the ball is back in black's court. In Hari Krishna Dayak, we have a very, very dry position after bishop takes e3. Actually, Hari Krishna's got a decision to make here, whether he takes on e3 with the queen or pawn. There is actually a serious argument to taking with the pawn here, because after castles, you get the f-file and you can push d4. And in fact, I think it's pretty clear that Hari Krishna will play this move. I think this is actually very, very likely.
Yeah. Yes.
Very, very likely.
Yeah, so in this position, it's white has would have semi-open file, space advantage. So if black wants to claim equality, they have to react somehow. I don't know, by playing maybe c6 a5. What should
c6 a5? Yeah. So something like castles, a5. Yeah, and c6 played. Well done, and a5. Yeah, I guess you have to go b5 here, right? Maybe bring this rook over here. Keep the queen side closed.
But after b5 now, I have the c5 square for my knight, so it's
yeah, but so what?
concessions.
Yeah, I can always go d4 when the knight gets there. I can always go d4. So this is just not that.
Or maybe
yeah,
another idea to play short castle, rook d8, queen e6. Yeah, short castle.
Okay, let's say I go here.
And I was thinking to go for d5.
Oh.
With not right now. I'm
not right
sure
now. Okay.
Right now.
It might work.
To have
It might
ideas
work.
with d5, maybe rook a d8.
Okay. And you want to go d5 at the right moment. So if I go here, you go d5.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I like that plan. I like that plan a lot. If you get in d5, I agree. I think you have a really good chance here, actually. Really good chance. Really, really good chance.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Navarra did go for a5 early. He was clearly saw bishop d7 b5 as a serious option, and decided no, thank you. Uh, and yeah, playing a5 is completely natural, of course. So, well,
Sometimes in the Benoni, even if white plays a5, we play b5 with black.
yeah,
It's not a problem. Just okay, you have a weakness in a6, but on the other hand, you have yes, you have pressure on the b2 and on the b5.
yeah.
So
I think we will definitely see that. I think we will definitely see that. Bartel Lamy has progressed as well. We see Bartel puts his knight on d2. Very interesting. Okay, Lamy gets his pieces out in a normal way. c5, kicking the queen back to c3, and queen b8. Very, very interesting, unbalanced position. Is queen b8, is one idea to play queen b4, potentially? Or something like a5, queen b4? I think it's possible. Again, the question is, do we ever go e5 with white? But e5 now allows knight d5. This is the point. And the queen is not ideal on the c3 square. I think the most natural move here is just to go b3 to fix some pawns, and after a5 to go a4. But now queen b4 really does exist. And if you're forced to trade, I think black has got no problems here at all. No problems at all. So I don't think Erwin is concerned. In the Starmak-Motilov game, a little bit of confusion has happened. Starmak has actually run his a-pawn up the board to fix the queen side, which is interesting. And black has managed to get a bit of activity in the center here, which is also, of course, very interesting.
yeah, black just
Yes.
played 94.
Yes.
3 and knight takes e2.
Correct. Correct. And well, white has to do something about that. Not so straightforward what the move is there, actually, because if you play something like e3, he can still take, go knight e2 and take here, and something like rook b8, and I don't believe black has got any problems. So that looks reasonable. I actually quite like this move by Motilov, making white actually make a decision here.
Yeah, and I don't want to play a passive move like rook e1 to protect my e2 pawn. It's not in if I have no other choice, maybe, but I don't want to play this kind of move.
Yes, exactly. Interesting. And meanwhile, Finnick has played the move Queen G4, G6. So that is also interesting. Finnick has developed the queen in the way I thought, and G6 has been played. And now Finnick has got a decision to make, because if you let Black Castle, you have to prove your compensation. So what else do you do? Can you play the move Bishop H6, allowing further destruction to your structure? But now at least it's very difficult to see how Black gets his king save. Rook FD1 comes next. Or maybe Rook 81. Maybe you can launch this F pawn up the board. Who knows? Not completely clear to me either. That's actually a legitimate idea here as white.
Yeah,
All
also
right.
you can play rook ad1, something like h4, bishop g5 to trade dark square bishop, and then you have the very strong dc square to for your rook. You can have also this kind of ideas. This kind of idea with
Yeah,
white.
I like that as well. I do like that as well. So a lot to consider. We will be back with more of this action, with more decisions, after our customary break after the first hour. Of course, all games in play. Not the most explosive day yet, but a lot can still happen. Still expect a lot of decisive results. We will be back in just a few minutes for further developments in this round. So don't go anywhere. Be right back. Small break.
Yeah, you're great.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history. and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had two votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematic game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I blunder in opening. I forgot the opening, and then I have bad positions. He attacked, but there is opposite color bishop. Then I'm defending. He takes no pawn, and after some moves, I'm counter attack, and then some move later I offer draw, and he accepted because position is equal. Today on the opening, I think I stay better. Then I take pawn, and this going to endgame, and then I'm 2 pawn up, and I think I blunder something, and I think in the end he can play better and maybe draw, because there is very wild endgame. But he blunder, and I easy drew in this game.
Yes, I played a very interesting line with a5 and knight c6. I mean, it's not very common against the Catalan, so I thought it would be a nice surprise, and it was, because he spent some time and he didn't seem to find a good plan. But nevertheless, we got like an equal position out of the opening, which was fine by me, but also he had a stable position, so it was not easy for me to find a very good plan. But eventually I slowly built up a plan on the king side with f6 and then rook g5, and when I achieved everything what I wanted, I thought that I have a very good position, and luckily everything turned out very well. Yes, he usually plays G3 systems against everything, against the green file or the Prince Indian, against, he plays Catalan as well. So I knew that this was going to happen, but still it is not easy to find a system that is good against these G3 systems, because they are very stable. So I came up with this A5 idea, and I think this worked out really well.
It was very tough and a very interesting game. In the opening, this line I played with black pieces, but first time I think I played with white. And yeah, I was thinking about my idea how to play next moves, and then we got some very interesting position when I played long castle. That was a very complicated position. But after knight f3, queen f4, fe4, knight e4, I played rook f8. I expected rook e4 because I think this exchange rook f4, queen e4, queen g5, queen f4, queen e4, gf, knight d4, black should be okay or even slightly better. Yeah, but after rook f8, after the game, so he said that he missed this bishop h3, rook h f1 move. I think that after bishop h3 it was better, but yeah, missed this move. But after that, I'm not sure I'm winning there or not. But should be still a draw. Yeah, but he missed in, I think, in the last 40 move. If rook g2, rook c8, rook c7, knight f6 win. Yeah, yesterday I had a big chance to make a draw. I had many chances, I think, but I didn't use my chances. I was very unhappy and a little bit angry also after the game, because if you saw my game, instead of knight e3, knight c3 is a easy draw. Yeah, but I missed the chances, but I'm happy that after a tough lose, I won today. Looking forward for the next games.
Yes, actually I have it prepared at home, but at the moment I was playing a game, I completely forgot the line after when black takes that knight, so I just said, okay, I'm gonna improve, and I will see what will happen. No, I just don't focus on the results, I just focus on the to play my best and my best chess.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is live coverage of the Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers Tournament. Round 6. We have got all games still in progress. Before the break, mentioned perhaps not the most action-packed day. Of course, things can develop, though. Let's go back to the Masters section. Harry Krishna Deak hasn't really moved. We have this position after move 16. Very, very solid position for Deak here. Don't really see much for Harry Krishna. Think we can move on. This game does have a lot of potential, though. The game between Wang Hao and Boris Gelfand, big imbalance. White has got the bishop pair, the better pawn structure. Black has got a strange case of hanging pawns, and that could get very, very spicy. Natasha, Win did go for your move, pawn to c4 to attack the center, but it seems as though Robson, despite this, has got enough coordination for it not to be a big problem. And finally, we get some action in the Martirosian game. Martirosian throwing his king queenside, that pawns down the board in in a quest to discomfort the white king. Is Kmar going to do something similar with the G pawn? Looks kind of reasonable. Does look like Martirosian is quite quick though there, so that will be interesting. And the Navarra game has gone down the route that you said, Natasha, with an early b5 and g5 by Sam Shankland on move 18. This is a very, very
Thematic move.
Yeah, very thematic move indeed. Very, very thematic. And well, the idea is, of course, to prevent white from playing f4 and being able to kick this knight away. However, you know, when you play the move g5, you cause inherent risk to your own king's safety. You loosen up the f5 square, and white can sometimes play f4 anyway, which is what Navarro did. Takes, and now the knight comes back to g6. I think Sam's going to be quite happy with this position, though. I have a feeling. Very tricky to play for both colors, though. I would say I know how to play this better with black, but it's not easy. A lot of imbalances, the structure, the pieces, king safety, a lot of things going on. Who do you prefer in this position, Natasha, and why?
This is a kind of position you feel that you can have something with black. What is the most important is your piece's activity. But if you don't manage to win in the middle game, you're lost in the end game.
Mm-hmm.
Almost all end games are bad for black. So it's a little bit stressful to play this kind of opening with black because you have to give everything in the middle game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking in this position, white has two retreats, bishop e3 and bishop g3.
Yeah.
And for example, if you want to go to g3,
okay.
I don't think g3 is the right square actually, because maybe you don't control anymore the d4 square. I really don't know.
There is an attack here, but we're basically not worried about this, right? Because we take and then take on f7.
And f7,
That's
yes.
quite an important detail. But after king here, what are we supposed to do now? Come back, I guess. And white's position looks shaky, but I don't see a way to force the issue here. Yeah, I don't see a way to force things, actually. So
I can't answer a question.
Okay.
If I prefer white or black, I can't answer your question. It's too complicated.
Yeah.
And you?
I think I would take black, especially after this move here. Queen c2. Wow. That is not a move I expected from Navarro. Does he want to play knight takes f4, e5 check? Is this his idea? Surely not. King g8 takes. And there's queen d4 check if g3. So that doesn't work. So what if I take and just redeploy the knight to e5 and say, okay, if you want to take the pawn on f7, I don't care. Knight e5. Isn't this the dream for a Benoni player?
If you give the dark square bishop to a Benoni player, yes, it is a real dream. Like, you cannot give your dark square bishop
right
this way.
Doesn't feel like you can do this.
No, it doesn't feel. Maybe there is something else.
I mean, of course, David Navarro has got an idea here.
Can I? Okay. The question is, if maybe you can play knight takes f4. I think this is the position. Rook takes.
I mean, this is so thematic to play like this, 97, 95. I can't imagine another way to play this position as black. Because also e5 check is a threat, right? Actually, after 97, can he go e5? Maybe this is his idea, actually. And the point is, if you go king g8, can I go e6? I'm sure this is his idea. F takes e6, and now just play some other.
moves.
But yeah, but even here, I don't see exactly what, because knight e5 is always coming. I can also take, because you can't take because of bishop c4. And if you go knight e5, now the d5 square is available. This is his idea. This is his idea, I'm sure. That's his idea. He wants to play this position with e5 and claim that this king is actually very unsafe.
And if I just move the king, for example, if I play king g8 in
In
this
this
position,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can do that, and that might happen actually. But now at least I get to keep my bishop. Bishop g3, let's say. Yeah. So I mean, it's all possible, of course. A lot can happen in this position, actually. A lot can happen in this position. All right. So big excitement there, and big excitement as well in the Wang Hao versus Gelfand game, I would say. This is a very, very cool position because white is, of course, putting maximum pressure on the center, and black has to decide what to do. If you play the move d4 here, the point is you allow white to go knight e4. And if a white ever installs a bishop here on e4 like this, it's going to be positionally very bad for black because the bishop can come back, and this bishop is a superstar in the middle of the board. So the question is, how do you want to protect this pawn? Move like queen e6 is only temporary because now bishop g5 is screaming to be played. And you can't even go knight here because rook takes and your queen is on pre. And if you have to commit with e4, you have to be really sure that you can commit with e4. This is the danger of having these so-called hanging pawns. They are very fragile. They are very fragile. So, difficult one. Difficult one.
Yeah, I prefer white in this position. I think the e5 and d5 pawns are how to say weak or weaker than strong.
Mm-hmm. They're weaker than they are strong.
Yes, or weaker than they are strong,
Mm-hmm.
actually. And the g2 bishop is attacking d5. e3 can control. If you play, as you said, if you play e4, I control the dark square with my bishop on e3. And I was thinking that the position was fine for black on e6, and now after e5, I prefer white position. So I'm wondering if Boris Gelfand didn't push a little bit too fast.
Yeah.
e6, e5.
Yeah, could be. Could be. And I think Wang Hao is thinking, okay, this is really like an important game for me now. If I win this, my tournament is okay again.
You're right.
Win Robson, very, very standard looking, a lot of tension in these squares, but I don't see this being a serious problem. And we have had we haven't had a move, excuse me, in the David Navarro game.
And in this game, Nguyen Robson,
yes,
just for information,
yes,
black took with the rook on a6.
Ah, he did. You're right. Yes.
He took with the rook.
Interesting. Yeah, and he's just saying that the knight absolutely belongs on c6 in this position. So I'm happy to waste 2 tempi like this if it means that
But maybe instead of playing rook a8, rook a7 could have been an
also
option or not. But maybe you lose a temp. Yeah, but the knight goes to c3 and
yeah,
threatening
that's the
knight
issue.
b5.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
And you would
Okay.
hit. Yeah, exactly. Let's move to the challengers. Any big news? Well, the Stalmack game has actually gone exactly as I thought, almost exactly. Here, Stalmack played e4, similar to e3. There was a trade, check, and now we have this position. And you have to say this is unsatisfactory for white. Black has got no problems here. Bishop d7 next. Rook comes to c8. Where is the advantage here for white? I don't see it. I think this has been I think knight d4 was excellent by Motilov. And now I really don't believe that white has got anything. In fact, I think white is worse objectively in this position. And in the Finnick game, it also happened at how I thought. He did go bishop h6, allowing this trade, queen c7 and queen f4. So Finnick is a pawn down and his structure is a mess. But in exchange, he's got the black king stuck in the center and very unclear what black is supposed to do with this king. Castling queenside is possible, but here you can just take a pawn, which is why Finnick put the queen on f4. And in fact, Peshek has played the move a5 here. Peshek has played the move a5. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And so what do you do now with white? The idea of a5 is to go b4, of course. This is the idea. The fact that this bishop is not participating is a problem. So how do you create maximum pressure here as white? That's a good question. What do you think? What do you think about this one?
What do I think?
What would you do in this position?
I think with white, yeah, would play this move, rook fd1.
Rook fd1, yeah, that is the kind of first move you think of.
Yes,
for sure.
But the question is what to play after a move like before. So, is it a problem if black plays before in this position?
Good question.
And once you play before, the c4 pawn is weak. So of course I don't take on before, otherwise black would have two, or let's say two passed pawns, two linked passed pawns. So was looking at move like bishop f1, bishop a6, and then how to continue with white.
Do you ever not want to play this move? This is the move that screams to me to be played. Because I don't think black can take on d6. I think this is just too much. Something like this, and it's kind of a full lock on the position. Now, I don't see exactly how white's supposed to crash through here, but there are ideas. Bishop g2, bishop takes c6 is one. Feels like total compensation to me here. Total compensation.
Yes, but if I don't take on d6, what do you do with your rook?
That's true.
Okay, what else can I play? Maybe I can take on c3. I can do and try to find compensation on the b file and with my c pawns.
Yeah.
Oh, look, rook fd1, b4.
Yeah. So b4's on the board.
Has
So
been
what I'm thinking is rook d6. Or bishop
immediately.
no, bishop f1 I like actually. Bishop a6 and rook d6. I like this.
Okay.
So let's say you take on c3. Okay, let's say I go rook ad1 c2 is bothering me somehow. Let's say I go h4 and ask you to make a move. Rook d8 is natural, no?
Yes.
And I go rook ad1, and now do you go
And-
c2? That's the question. It's interesting because I'm even thinking I can't really. I mean, I can play rook d4 actually, but it's a bit strange. Maybe better is just to put this rook back on d6, bishop e7, and now I move like queen d2. I actually believe this is going to happen. I actually believe this is going to happen. I think this is the most natural way for white to proceed, actually. I believe
It's
this is
very,
the
very
most...
interesting because
Yes.
black is playing with a rook down. The h8 rook isn't in the game at all.
Yeah.
And right now there's no way for black to bring the rook to the action. And so even if we sacrifice the rook, we are still an exchange up. I mean, we are playing with the two bishops and queen against a bishop and queen. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm not sure it will be enough for win, but it's very, very interesting for white. So bishop f1 and bishop a6 are on the board. And now we'll see.
Yeah, and now we're going to see rook d6. No question in my mind. You want to bet?
Yeah, actually, yes, because you can play rook d6, or maybe you can prepare it. You can play it now, or maybe a little bit later.
I think he's going to do it now. And we'll do...
I mean, he's young and...
Yeah, he's
This
young
is a
and
kind of move.
Yeah.
You want to play it right now.
Yeah. So we'll bet dinner the next time we see each other.
I'm sure you will pay.
Oh, so you don't want to bet?
Because you will lose the bet. You'll see.
I do lose a lot of bets. This is true. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that one. And let's go quickly to Port Vinicius against Vikuk, because there has actually been a trade of queens. We last saw it after queen f4, and Vikuk played the very natural queen b8, saying, I want to trade queens. And Port Vinicius said, fine, take my queen, see if I care. But how can this be so bad for black? Perfectly fine position. Knight d4 and knight a5, also very natural, offering the trade of light square bishops. Black has got a kind of dragon set up here, but white has got no real, I would say, grip in this position somehow. I'm not buying white's setup here. I think black is just totally fine. I also think black is totally fine in Gladura Akash. I wasn't really convinced by this setup by white. And Akash has found a really nice way. Knight fd7, takes and takes. Gladura goes for e4, rook a7 I like. Queen d1 coming back, and knight f6. And now b3 by Gladura, queen b6, rook b1. And tell me why black isn't fine here. I think he's solid. The pieces kind of have got scope. I don't see any reason why this is worse for black. Ever. And in the Bartel game against Lamy, something very similar happened to what we said. B3 was played, A4 was played, and here after Queen B4, Bartel said, okay, the big deviation here is I want to keep the queens on Queen D3, Rook E8, and C4, trying to lock the queen side, Rook A D8, and Queen to C2. By Bartel, Knight D7. Now you're forced to trade, takes, Rook here, and Bishop G4. But again, no real issues for black. This pawn, after Bishop G4, this pawn on B3, a backwards pawn. I really don't see why this is worse for black. And after H3, it's black's move. He's got a lot of ideas. He can do one of two. I think he can play either move. I think either are fine. I don't see Erwin Lemy worse or losing today. Actually, I just don't see it happening.
Can we have a look on? Can you wait?
Which one?
Motilev game. He took on f2 with the bishop. We didn't. It wasn't a move we.
No, Motilov. Sorry.
Motilev. Yeah. In the challengers.
Ah, yes. This. Sorry. This game here. So what
Yes,
happened?
What happened?
He took. Sorry. Wait. Here he just took a pawn. But he does give white time to play this. He does give white to play this. And the position is still worse, probably, but after Rook B8, Rook B1, at least now you've got activity with white, right? So I guess Motilov is going to retreat Bishop C5 because white's threatening Knight D6, so you have to go Bishop C5. But it's true, a pawn is a pawn.
And another idea is to play because if white play Knight D6, you can play Bishop C5 at any moment to
Not true.
chase the knight.
Because
but I was thinking maybe. Oh
Okay.
yes, I was thinking like I earn a pawn, but I have my two bishops. Maybe I can give back my pawn and just develop my queen side. Instead of playing Bishop C5, maybe a move like Bishop D7 is a just like when you're passive. I mean, at least how I think is if I'm if I have a pawn or something like this up, it's not a problem to give it back to have activity to make my pieces
Sure.
alive. So instead of Bishop C5, Bishop D7 is possible or not? Because
So if I take, you
Maybe
want
I
to
can
take
play-
and then go Bishop B5, something like this is
something like this.
very natural. But then Knight D6.
And here,
But how
or
you?
maybe Rook B8 immediately, I think.
And you don't care if I take because
Bishop
I lose.
C6 and
Oops. Huh.
I.
Excuse me. Wow. Okay, that's mate. Okay, I blundered checkmate.
That's a
Well done.
small problem.
That's a small problem. That's a small problem. You're right. So yeah, so you can do this. You can do this. I wonder if Stalmack will go Knight D6.
I can play. No. Wait, here you're threatening Rook F1 and Rook takes F7.
Also, or
That's
Knight
right.
takes F7 immediately, and Rook F1. Lots of
Yes,
ideas.
okay.
So that's why I really think you go Bishop C5 here. You get the bishop out the way, you stop Knight D6.
Okay.
Now you
this
can
is
go
the-
Knight B6 here. And I actually believe Stalmack will play this move. I don't think there are any other moves in position. And the point is, if you go here, I'm going to start trying to make a draw here like this. But it's a long game. This is not fun for Stalmack. This is not fun.
Yeah, in this position, even if it's opposite color bishop ending, a5, c3, e5 are very, very weak, and
Mhm.
with the rook, I'm not sure it will be an easy draw for white.
Totally agree. Meanwhile, you owe me dinner. So where are you taking me?
Okay, tell me, what would you like to eat? French food?
French. Yes.
French food. Okay.
Yeah, good French food.
Yeah, I know nice places
good
in the south of
entrecôte.
France.
I want
Entrecôte.
yeah,
You
I
just
want a good
and a good. Okay.
entrecôte. Yeah, rook
So
d6. Great move. And
and black.
very quickly rook b8 by Peshak. He's basically saying, I want to queen this pawn. Now, hold on a second here. So if I go rook here and you go b3, he's saying that this comes very quickly, which is possible. This is possible. It's not a ridiculous idea at all. And the problem we have with white is we need something clear here. So if I go bishop here and bishop here, do I threaten anything? Let's say b2. Takes. I still have to go rook b1 at some point, but I can just win the pawn somehow, or win this pawn. This is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, you have to be very sure once you play b3, b2 with black, because it can be just a lost
Yes.
pawn.
Yes. Can be. And yeah. I'm just not entirely sure about this one. I don't even know who I would take in a game. I would probably take white because I've been white so often in this position. I would probably take white. But
yeah, you have to be sure with white, because
sure.
it's I can understand. Fina can be a little bit afraid to watch this the pawns, the b pawn running. As you say.
Exactly.
Running.
The b pawn really is running. Yep.
Yes, you have to be sure.
Totally agree.
So I think Finek will take the time to think, and we'll see. We'll see how he reacts with white.
All right, back to the Masters, and we have seen some advancements in Navarra Shankland, where importantly Sam did refuse the bishop, and it allowed Navarra to keep the bishop on the board. So a big decision there by Sam. And so after bishop g3, what else is going on here? Still a very difficult position to call, isn't it? Very difficult position. So many pluses and minuses for each player. Black's king is weak, black's structure is weak, better pieces. Oof. Difficult position. Really is a difficult one.
It's the kind of position I prefer to see a strong player. I prefer to see strong player play this kind of position than me playing it with black
Yeah.
or with white. I think that black in this position wants to play on the dark square on the on e5 and d4 and on the e4 pawn, trying to make pressure on the e4 pawn. It's possible. It's just ideas. Maybe queen e7, and then when it's the right time, maybe you can play knight d7, knight e5, rook b4, rook, something like this. But white will I think white will play on d6. They can put a knight on c4 or on f5, and it's so unbalanced. It's so complicated.
Totally agree. Very difficult one to call. I think we'll wait for them to decide because there are so many options here. But I think we should go back to the Wang Hao game because something has happened which I kind of expected. So he went d4, bishop c1 by Wang Hao, king h8, and the knight has landed on e4, rook f8, and knight g5. This is looking very good for Wang Hao. I think Boris might have missed this move because now bishop h3 comes. How do you stop knight e6? How do you stop knight e6?
Can play queen d6, and after
that
bishop
looks
h3, rook d e8. I have to.
Yeah.
But it's not what I want. It's
It's
white,
it's really difficult.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm starting to like Wang Hao's chances more and more and more. I really am. Okay, so some work to do now for Boris. Hari Krishna Derek is kind of bubbling along, not much going on. Looks totally dynamically equal, this position. White would love to go d4 at the right moment, but organizing that is not easy. I think Derek is fine. Excuse me, very, very solid. And in the Win Robson game, there's been some mass liquidation in this center with all this tension. Takes, queen e7, queen b5, rook b8, rook d1. Slightly better for white, but Ray Robson, so solid, covering this square, covering the only weakness. Again, I don't see it being objectively too difficult. Kmar Martirosian could spice up though, and Kmar he's kind of angling maybe for e4. I'm not even sure, but black is fast, right? Like if I go a4, e4, move my queen somewhere sensible out the way, I don't see how white is doing anything. Black, on the other hand, has got a clear plan. Now, it might be nothing. It might be nothing. But I don't know. I really don't know. It's difficult to say. It's really difficult to say. Meanwhile, the storm is coming in Berlin, which is always nice. The storm is coming. Okay, in the Shankland game, which is very interesting, we did get a move from Sam. H5, I like it. He's looking to push with h4. So white doesn't prevent it, but at least gives his bishop a home on h2. So something like h4 could happen, and queen e7. And again, so tough. I think I take black. I think the black moves come a lot easier compared to the white ones. I really do. And yeah, I think
it's just a mess.
Yeah,
in the board.
it's just a mess, but I would take black. Very curious to see how that all works in that game. Gladura Akash has simplified. We last saw it around here. There was a trade and more trading. No problems here for Akash at all. Now his structure has been fixed. There's no immediate rook c6. I guess black's gonna try to challenge the c file somehow, or play like bishop d6 and then rook c7. No, this is definitely not exciting to study. For Vinicius, against Vikuk, slightly better for white, but again, how can it be anything but slight? And Barthélemy also, again, slightly better for white, maybe, but not really. With everything here covered. In fact, I think Erwin who's on a roll. He's won 2 games in a row. I actually think that Erwin might try and push here. I think Erwin might try and push for something in this position here. Believe it or not.
I think the only problem in this position for black is that their queen is a little bit out of the action. I think.
Yeah.
The queen on b4 seems to be very strong, but I don't know if she's really doing something on b4. She wouldn't be better in another square. And so I was thinking maybe I can play something like queen d3, knight d2, rook, or maybe not like this. I don't know. And try to play
Then
for
there's a
f4, something like this with white.
Yeah, I just maybe, but I think actually this is one of those positions where, as white, you have to realize that probably you haven't got anything, and that in fact the position is probably just,
Yes, I think I understand. This is a kind of position if you push a little bit too hard with white, you take the risk to lose the game, actually, because you will create weakness in your side. For example, if I play f4 and then f5, I create weakness in the darks, in the dark squares.
Exactly.
And sometimes the only thing to do is just a step.
Exactly. So yeah, this is just yeah. It's just not very promising for white, this position. Starmac in the meantime has gone rook c2.
I own you another restaurant, I guess. After bishop c5.
Of course. You'll owe me dinner for a week. I know how these guys think. Yeah, but on a serious note, of course, yeah, I do think that this position is very, very promising for black, and Motilov as the stronger player, and the fact that this has been such a disaster for Stalmack, I think he puts on maximum pressure. Rook c2 is trying to be flexible to come over here. Actually,
but
there's no
now-
real way to stop this. There's
Yeah,
no
but
real
now maybe I can play bishop d7.
And if you take something like this, you have your bishop b5 move, right? Yeah.
Yes, you're yes.
Yeah, this is not fun. This is not fun at all. This is not cool. This is not fun, and this is not cool. Agreed. This is the game of the round, isn't it? Finnick against Peshak, and it's done exactly. I've guessed every move in this one, Natasha. Bishop g7 on the board. Peshak is actually thinking, do I push b2 before rook g8? I think he'll go rook g8 first because he understands that this move has to be played anyway. And this will happen. And then will come the big decision about what to do here. Then will come the big decision about what to do. You know, do we take here? Do we take here, or do we go b2?
And if you take on d6,
I take on d6. I take with the pawn for sure.
And then I play e5, and then I will hit your c4 pawn, and okay,
Exactly.
Queen moves, and so everything is. And if I take c4, I may take b3, and you're still playing with the rook g8 is out of the game. It's not
Exactly.
in the game.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's just not. It's just not a very pleasant position to play for black here. Yeah, I would take white. I think practically it's easier to play. And some problems for Peshak, objectively. Some problems for Peshak. Kemar has gone g4 in his game against Martirosyan. Martirosyan put the queen on b4. Interesting. I don't know why. Because after a4, you always respond a3. Maybe this is what he wants, actually, to commit the pawn to a3, and so he has a hook with b4. Maybe this is his grand idea. Maybe this is his grand idea. Very possible. Knight b6 instead played by Martirosyan, which the computer does not like at all. And I guess the reason why the computer doesn't like this move is because white can now go g5. And after takes, immediately get access to the g file. Now, it might not be anything, but it's actually a very serious idea. Because black isn't actually threatening anything here. Sure, you can come in, but I can take and I can take. And suddenly, I'm very fast as white. And you don't really have an idea here as black on the queen side. So Martirosyan might have to go into defensive mode. Martirosyan might have to go into defensive mode here. And again.
Yeah, I remember earlier you said that black attacks was faster than white white game in the king side or in the center. But by playing moves like queen b4, knight b6, black lost some time. And now white attack is very strong. And in opposite castle, I don't know how you say
opposite side castle, yeah.
Opposite castle, you have to. It's both sides are attacking, and the one who goes faster win.
Exactly.
So, but now it seems that suddenly white is faster than black. And what is interesting too is that all white pieces are in the queen side, with the possibility to defend their own king, and black on the king side has only one knight to defend the position. So it's very, very dangerous for black. The position is very, very dangerous for black.
Very, very dangerous. Totally agree. Totally agree. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. We did get some movement in the Navarra game, because after h3, Shangham played knight h7, also very, very natural move, looking at maybe bringing the queen out to g5, and that's what happened, because there was takes and queen g5, so it was a pawn sacrifice. Takes and queen takes. So black has sacrificed a pawn, but in return, he's got fantastic compensation. I would still take black here in this position, but Navarra needs to find a way to consolidate quickly. Otherwise, you're going to be facing a monster attack. Like king h2 looks like a good move to me, protecting everything. Knight to f6 now makes sense. And now how do you defend this pawn? For example, knight to f2. Now I can go here. Oof. This can actually get very, very nasty for white very quickly. I would be very skeptical if I was a David Navarra fan today. I would be very worried if I was a David Navarra supporter. I think this position is very, very bad over the board for Navarra. Very, very bad. So, yeah, queen g6 played. Lots to do for David to hold the balance there. And we did get exactly this in the Kmart game. He did go g5, bravo. g5, h takes g5, rook g1. And now white has got the initiative. Robson has also done very well. We last saw it here. He offered the queen trade. I think this is probably a very good move, because if you take, then you get pressure here, and b5. Just no problems for black. In fact, I might even slightly prefer black now. I guess Win is going to play knight e4, and we are going to get some kind of draw. I really feel like that could be a draw. And in the Wang Hao game, we've got pretty much what we were looking at. But the more I look at this, the more I think, how is white not just lots better here? Queen c4 now makes a lot of sense. I would be very, very worried if I was black. Very, very worried. In fact, what do you do here? Because let's say you go knight d5. I now have this square for my knight on e4, queen d8, and maybe I can come here or here. I can even do something. Even a move like this is not ridiculous to sometimes threaten c3 or c4. And black doesn't really have any useful moves.
Yeah, and the point is, with the hanging pawns blocked this way, white has a long-term advantage with the bishop pair, the white squares, and as you said, like you can even play queen a2, and it's the position is positionally and I would say dynamically better for white. White has everything in this position.
Totally agree. White just has everything here. And yeah. Very, very, very tough position to play. Boris Gelfand is, of course, aware of this. He knows this. and he's going to try and find a way to hold the balance. But I've just got a bad feeling for Boris today. I don't think he's going to make a draw. Uh, Realistically speaking, I just don't see it happening. I think Wang Hao is too tricky, and I think he's got too much in his favor in this position. Um, all the trumps are in his favor, basically. No real move in Hari Krishna deck. This is still very, very balanced. Again, don't see why deck isn't okay here. So, still a few games possibly going for a decisive result in the main event. Quick check on Paul Vinicius against Vikuk again. Just very ever so slightly better for white, but no serious pressure, I would say, in this position. Um, so yeah, so let's carry on. 95 offered now by Erwin Lamy in his game against Bartel. And I just see a trade here and Bartel kind of just saying, okay, how do you wish to beat me? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, yes, of course.
How do you wish to beat me? Very difficult to say.
Yes, white has only one weakness, and as we are used to say, it's you need at least two weakness in your opponent camp to hope for a win. And
Exactly.
the b3 pawn is the only white mistake, and white can defend it with the queen and rooks. And so yes, I don't see how black can create another weakness in white position.
Totally agree.
So I think it will be a draw. Maybe I can I can win a restaurant. I can bet with you that this game will be a draw.
No, unfortunately, I cannot accept
Oh.
that one.
It was a fair bet, actually.
This was definitely a good bet for you. Definitely. All right, let's have another small break. We are halfway through not halfway through, but sort of 2 hours, 2 and a bit hours in. So far, all games looking relatively balanced, except I would say Motilov with a great chance to beat Stalmak. We do have a pawn on d6 in the Finette game. Look at this very quickly before we go for break. This is fantastic stuff. So we do have this pawn on d6, bishop f6, g5 played by Peshak, really lashing out. I don't know how I feel about this move. I think this is a bit of a panicky move, actually. Queen d2, bishop takes d6, e takes d6, queen d7. Oof. I really wouldn't want to play black in this position ever. I guess he played g5 because he wants the option of giving back the exchange. But now if white plays queen d4, exactly, queen d4, clever move. The point is if rook g6, can I now play a move like bishop takes g5? And I'm threatening mate. No,
yes.
this is
Very good
very, very serious. This is very, very serious. No, this is absolutely horrible to play with black.
Yes, but white has only 13 minutes to play 15 moves.
That is
So
true.
maybe this is the chance of Peshak. Okay, it's a worse position for black, but it can be tricky. So it's not so easy for white to win this game, especially if you're lack of time.
That is actually very, very true. I will say that White's plan, though, is very simple. Firstly, he's threatening maybe just to take. Secondly, the other idea is just to go queen e5 and take. Yeah, sure, you can go h6. But then I've got ideas of taking even on a5, for example. There are a few ideas here. Definitely prefer white. That's going to be really interesting to see. I think 13 minutes is enough time here, though. So Finnick with a great chance, Motilov with a great chance, Barthelemy, I'm going to say it's a draw, Portmanisius Fake, draw, Kalidora, Akash is my prediction. Navarra Shankland, really difficult to say. I'm actually going to say Sam Shankland win. I'm going to go for a Shankland win. I'm going to go for a Kmar win, actually. I think that's very possibly going to happen. Nguyen Robson, draw. I'm going for a Wang Hao win and draw in Hari Krishna Dayak. Those are my predictions, but the games haven't finished yet. We're going to be back in just a few minutes to see the remainder of this round. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Okay, good.
All good.
Okay, we'll go for an ice cream.
Yeah, go for a nice.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had two votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquire during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I blunder in opening. I forgot the opening, and then I have bad positions. He attacked, but there's opposite color bishop. Then I'm defending. He takes my pawn, and after some moves, I'm counter attack, and then some move later I offer a draw, and he accepted because position is equal. Today on the opening, I think I stay better. Then I take pawn, and this going to endgame, and then I'm 2 pawn up, and I think I blunder something, and I think in the end he can play better and maybe draw because there is very wild endgame. But he blunder and I easy drew win this game.
Yes, I played a very interesting line with a5 and knight c6. I mean, it's not very common against the Catalan. So I thought it would be a nice surprise. And it was because he spent some time and he didn't seem to find a good plan. But nevertheless, we got like an equal position out of the opening, which was fine by me, but also he had a stable position, so it was not easy for me to find a very good plan. But eventually I slowly built up a plan on the king side with f6 and then drew g5, and when I achieved everything what I wanted, I thought that I have a very good position, and luckily everything turned out very well. Yes, he usually plays G3 systems against everything, against the green file or the Prince Indian, against, he plays Catalan as well. So I knew that this was going to happen, but still it is not easy to find a system that is good against these G3 systems because they are very stable. So I came up with this A5 idea, and I think this worked out really well.
It was very tough and very interesting game. In the opening, this line I played with black pieces, but first time I think I played with white. And yeah, I was thinking about my idea how to play next moves, and then we got some very interesting position when I played long castle. That was a very complicated position. But after knight f3, queen f4, f4, knight e4, played rook f8. I expected rook e4 because I think this exchange rook f4, queen e4, queen g5, queen f4, queen f4, gf, knight d4, black should be okay or even slightly better. Yeah, but after rook f8, after the game, so he said that he missed this bishop h3, rook h f1 move. I think that after bishop h3 he was better, but yeah, he missed this move. But after that, I'm not sure I'm winning there or not, but should be still a draw. Yeah, but he missed in, I think, in the last 40 move. It's rook g2, rook c8, rook c7, knight f6, it's win. Yeah, yesterday I had a big chance to make a draw. I had many chances, I think, but I didn't use my chances. I was very unhappy and a little bit angry also after the game, because if you saw my game, instead of knight e3, knight c3 is a easy draw. Yeah, but I missed the chances, but I'm happy that after a tough lose, I won today. Looking forward for the next games.
Yes, actually I have it prepared at home, but at the moment I was playing a game, I completely forgot the line after when black takes that knight, so I just said, okay, I'm gonna improve, and I will see what will happen. No, I just don't focus on the results. I just focus on to play my best and my best chess.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is live coverage of the Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers Round 6. Big news in the break. And I felt it coming. I felt it. I did think this was going to happen. The young genius from the Czech Republic, Finek, has beaten one of the top seeds in the tournament, Jurgis Pešák, after an astronomical blunder by the Grandmaster with the black pieces. We last saw it around here where we have this phenomenal position where, I mean, rook d7 is a big threat here, for example. So you actually have to give up the bishop and put the queen here. And actually, queen d4 was the last move we saw, where the situation is clear. White doesn't exchange down, but he just has a phenomenal hold over the position. Past d pawn, beautiful bishop. This pawn is on pre, lots of weak pawns to mop up. And I said to you, Natasha, I think playing this over the board as black is almost impossible, even for a strong grandmaster. And look how quickly things went wrong. Pešák played b2. You have to go rook b1 to stop the queen. And in this position here, Pešák has to find a move like pawn to g4 just to kind of stay on the board. I still think white is crushing after a move like queen c5. I still think finding moves here is very difficult. But Pešák immediately blundered with the move queen b7. And I guess Finnick's eyes lit up here because in this position, Finnick just took the pawn. A massive, massive blunder by Peshak. The point is after queen takes rook, you go d7 check, king here only move, and queen d6 is checkmate, queen c5 is checkmate, or you can even promote and checkmate in two. Whatever you want to do, it is checkmate. And after this, you can't do anything because if you go back here, I can just go d7 check with the same idea. What a huge blunder, but what a great game by Finnick, who showed just how you can play these Slav positions. I think this was close to a perfect game by Finnick. And for me, game of the round so far, easily. Remember, you can vote for your favorite game. Go on the Prague Chess Festival website and vote for your favorite game. So big, big news there in the challengers section. No other results so far, Natasha, but big, big news in the Gelfand game. Boris Gelfand has sacrificed an exchange in order to keep his position kind of fluid. So in this position here, after queen d6, we were talking about the move queen c4. Wang Hao went for the other option, which was bishop e6, threatening knight f7, and Boris allowed it. There's nothing you can really do. You can put the knight on d8, but it looks very ugly. So Boris said, instead of that, I'm going to sacrifice the exchange to at least get some coordination and mobility. And in this position here after e4, I think the move bishop g5 looks very, very natural. Wang Hao, however, played the move king g2, putting the king on a light square. The idea behind e4, just so we're clear, is he wants to find a way in for the knight. But the position is, well, the position is at best slightly worse for black. And in the worst case, it might even be losing. I said from the beginning, I thought that, I've been thinking that Boris is going to have a very, very hard time today. That has not changed at all. I think that Boris is just in a terrible, terrible position here. Just a terrible, terrible position. And king g2 on the board. And what are you supposed to do here as black? I mean, it just looks like an exchange. It just looks like a full exchange. And I think Wang Hao is just going to win this position. What do you think, Natasha? Wang Hao to win this?
I think he will win this position, but he still has to work on the position.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy, but he will win.
You think he will win? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very possible, of course, that happens. So we'll see. Win against Robson, nothing really much to discuss here. Total sort of dynamic equality. This game is much more exciting because we last saw it around here after g5, Natasha, where Vincent went on the attack and he managed to get going. Rook e7, rook g1, and knight e8. This is the defensive idea of Martirosyan. Knight round to f3 now by Kama. And I tell you, it's my worst nightmare playing black in this position. I think it's very, very difficult. White has got all kinds of ideas. Knight h4, knight f5, maybe knight into e5 immediately. Rook to h5, threatening queen h7. Just lots of ideas. And where is the black attack coming from? I just do not see it. So I think there is a very, very serious problem here for black. Martirosyan does have 28 minutes. Kama only has 16. However, it's enough time with the bonus, I would say. So he's gone a4. He's gone a4. Now, surely the idea now for white is to go a3, or is he going to go queen b3? So if I go a3, queen b3, and let's say I play the move queen f5, which looks logical, am I messing things up after bishop c8?
Maybe black can play bishop c8 and then rook b8
Hmm. Yeah, so
if
if
you
I
move the queen.
go rook b8 or something, and I've got to be careful. Yeah, you are right. So I actually have to be careful about a3 here. So maybe Martirosian has found an idea here. Maybe Martirosian has found an idea.
Yeah, a3 is not an automatic move. Maybe
Yeah.
first white has to look at the king side and see if they cannot find attacking ideas. I don't know how.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I don't see this position clearly, actually. I don't. I don't see this position clearly. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. Still could go either way. I think we should move on because this game has got completely out of control. We last saw it after queen takes g6, where the situation is clear. Black has sacrificed a pawn, but he has huge compensation with the two bishops and the weak white king. Bishop f4 and knight f6. Really interesting he didn't take here. I guess he was worried about rook f3 followed by rook g3. This is the only explanation. So he brought the knight in, knight e3, and he took on e4. Knight to c4, and now, holy smokes, look at this move here. Rook takes b2. Damn. It's either great or it's not. Of course, you have other moves here as black. Does rook b4 exist? Maybe this was the issue, but once again, this does exist. And we have a hell of a mess.
Oh, wow.
Which yeah, it's just a total mess. But maybe bishop f5 does exist here. If this move does exist, then it should have been considered, because if knight takes rook, you give a check, let's say king h2, you take discovered, queen moves somewhere, and you can now come in. No, this is the move. Bishop f5. This was a massive move. I feel like Sam may have missed in this position. Yeah, this is very, very tough. Very, very tough. So let's see. I mean, we'll have to ask him after the game, because rook takes b2 is very cute looking on the condition it works. Knight takes b2, bishop takes c3, and rook a3. I feel as though this is kind of what white wants, because now I'm threatening just to take, and if you give a check, I move my king, and I feel like I've consolidated here as white somehow. I feel like this rook does an amazing job of just covering. And if you play a move like bishop f5, now I can just move my queen out the way, let's say to c1. The position is still complicated because, of course, the black pieces are very well connected, but I don't see a knockout idea, basically. I don't see a knockout idea here. I really don't. And so It'll be really this has been the most interesting game of the Masters this round for sure. Lots of possibilities. And by the way, still all three results uh, possible. All three results possible. Gelfand has gone 95. Makes sense. But lots of ways for white to proceed now. Bishop e3, knight f3, bishop takes d4 looks like a very clever move, with the idea that after knight takes d4, c3, and knight takes e2, rook takes d6. And for the moment, you sacrifice a piece, but the point is that this bishop is now, sorry, the knight is now trapped again. I think that's a sort of sequence that is actually very, very easy to play, because this is the most natural move. Then after this, you can't play c3 because of d3. So you look at this. Even queen c4 here must be an option, and then followed by c3. And yeah, it's just going to be an exchange. It's just going to be an exchange. And I fully expect white to win this, actually, to convert this position. Still work, as you said, but not bad work. Let's go back to Hari Krishna Dayak. Things have improved for Hari Krishna. He's made some progress here. How much progress? I don't know. But it is progress. He's managed to open the B file. White's knight doesn't have a role to play in this game just yet. So there's that issue. So
Yeah, this position is funny actually, with 5 pawns on the 6th rank for black. It's not very common.
no, it's not.
To see it. Maybe, as you said, it won't be enough for white to win the game, but yeah, we prefer to play this position with white. I prefer this position with white, of course, but it's fine.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't think we should spend too much time here because there are better positions. And Kmart has traded queens here. That is not what I expected. That is not what I expected.
If we come back a little bit earlier, the engine has very interesting idea after a4.
Mm-hmm.
It was rook h5, knight f6, and then rook h6. And maybe it is what?
Something like this.
Something like this, yes.
And
now
this.
it's not the same position anymore.
Mm-hmm. Because this ending is potentially very dangerous for black. If a rook, if a rook comes to c5, all the pawns could fall. That's a very good point.
But it's not easy at all to find this idea to play rook h5, then rook h6.
Right.
Not easy at all.
Agreed. Totally agreed. So, wow. Okay, so queen takes b3. And now if I go like a takes b3, surely the danger here for black has gone. Like, the white attack is just not a real thing anymore. f6 is coming next. This pawn is a little weak. Surely black is okay here. So Vincent has not really managed to deal with this very well.
And maybe
I
we
feel.
start to prefer black. The
Yes.
bishop on b7 can go back to the game by playing bishop c8, bishop f5. As you said, f6 to just the rook to control e5. So the knight on f3 cannot go anymore to to e5, and little by little, black can improve the position. Can bring a rook
Exactly.
on the h file, and yes,
Exactly.
yeah. I think Vincent missed something. Yeah, he missed the momentum, I think.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like he missed a moment there. Interestingly, we've had a real change in the Navarra game as well. Here, because we've had a massive liquidation of pieces. Look at this. We saw rook a3, bishop takes h3. This was Sam's idea all along, but it's not, you know, probably going to lead to anything but a draw, because after takes, you have to take, you now trade queens, you now take the bishop. There's now a forced trade of this bishop, takes and rook e5. All of this completely forced. And now after some move like, I don't know, king f3 or f2, rook takes d5, surely this is just a draw here after, I don't know, rook a4 or something like that. I mean, I can't imagine this being anything but a draw with best play. 3 pawns for the piece, but the pawns are not mobile. So this will be, yeah, a pretty easy draw. And knight c4 played instead, also good. The idea is rook takes d5, rook f6. Actually, I feel like this could end quite quickly. So it was the most exciting, but in the end, everything got exchanged and nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Hao has found the move f3. So it went knight e5 previously. He didn't go bishop e3. He played another very natural move, bishop f4. Bishop b6, overprotecting, and now f3. This is a nice move to play. This is a nice move, because the point is, if you take, I take, either with the rook or queen, not clear. Maybe even with the queen is good. Maybe even with the queen is good, because takes, and we're good.
And if you play e3, I take
Exactly.
2. Yeah.
Or with the queen. With the queen is also interesting because of this pin. And again, looks very decent for white. Fully expect Wang Hao to win this. I can feel like Boris is losing the grip in this position, and he'll be very unhappy. And I don't see him putting up resistance here, actually. In the challengers, Glidora Akash looks like a stone cold draw. Bishop h6, bishop f8, bishop f4, bishop d6, and I do believe we'll probably get a repeat. Akash way too solid here. In fact, probably black is even for preference, because you've got the backwards pawn, and that will end in a draw. Black also for preference in the V-Cook game. There's been a lot going on, so we'll just look at what's going on in the current position. But the move b5 has just been played, and I love what black has done. It's going to get access to c2. The structure is solid, even though there's double pawns here. The central structure is solid. There's an entry square. I really like it for black. I actually really like it for black.
Yeah, black is putting pressure on white position. Black pieces are more active. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to take on b5? Maybe or not?
Well, if
Do I
you
have
don't,
no-
I'm going to win a pawn. But maybe it's best that you. But again, what are you supposed to do here as white? Like if you go rook h1,
Yeah,
takes,
this is-
takes, takes. If you now take on h5 like this, I go rook c2. So knight g5, knight f6. I actually don't know. I actually don't know. Very, very tough position. Very, very tough. So well done to you. So the local lad's doing extremely well. The local lad's doing extremely, extremely well. Erwin Lamy against Bartel. Matthias just keeping things as he should, calm, no big movements, understands that Lamy is not worse, still heading for a draw there, in my opinion. Let's check out the Motilov game. We last saw it around here. We did get the trade. He played rook b8. The bishop has to come back. And now rook b1 check. And f5. Bishop b5 was screaming out to be played. Why was this move not played? Why was this move not played? It's kind of an important question. Why was this move not played? The most natural move in the position to put the bishop on b5.
Okay. Yeah, white has to play knight d2 because if you go somewhere else, I can play bishop f1, and after knight d2, I think white will lose a pawn, a5 or e5, certainly.
Yeah, if knight d2, you could also give a check, and now either go e1 or a1. You're right, and this is very, very unpleasant. And something similar has happened in the game. But the knight is here protecting. And bishop b5 comes, and still, what such an unpleasant position for white. Really unpleasant for Stelmach to have to defend. So there's a possibility of a few black wins today in the challengers. Shankland against Navarre is going to end in a draw. Navarre is going to put the knight on b3, but it's going to be an interesting one because the king, if it comes over, this king comes over here, so it's just going to immediately end as a draw, basically g5. And I think David will just offer a trade of pawns. And there's nothing really to do in this position here. There's really nothing to do. Okay, yeah, a2, knight b3. Now I expect g5, king g4, king g6, h4, takes. And my prediction is this exact position will be the final position on the board. Natasha, you already owe me 2 dinners, 2 entrecote. Now I'm looking for dessert. So...
Oh, you know that it's not healthy. Entrecote, you will eat
Natasha,
vegetable.
we only live once. And I want to enjoy my life. So I want dessert, please. I'm saying that's going to be the final position right here. And I want my...
Okay, I think you're not taking so many risks saying that.
I'm not, but it's better to sometimes not take too much risk. And I want a chocolate mousse. I want a chocolate mousse. You ready? I'm ready for my
No,
chocolate
I don't
mousse.
take this one. You refuse my
I know.
my best
Oh
proposition
no!
earlier.
He played
Wait.
knight a1. Wait, what? He played 2 moves in a row? King g4? Oh no.
No,
That's
it's
very
simple.
sad.
Come on, we'll see at the end.
h4, no.
Oh
Oh
wait,
yeah,
if the king
knight.
is on
No, the
h.
king will be on h6. All right.
I think he'll have the
I'm a man of
position.
my word. I owe you a chocolate mousse.
Mm.
You like chocolate mousse, don't you?
Um, but not as a dessert.
Okay.
I will take a
Draw.
tiramisu
You
instead.
take a tiramisu. Okay.
Yes.
Tiramisu is yours. Draw in this game would be very interesting to analyze this game, of course, but another time perhaps. Win against Robson, also stone cold draw after b4, takes rook d5. Oops, not rook d5, but rook d5.
Yes.
Will end in a draw, and there's nothing to do here at all. Total draw. Martirosian out of the woods. Kmar not conducted this attack well at all. I take black here. I take black. Weakness on h3, e4 square. This bishop coming back into the game. No. I take black here. Definitely not the best played by Kmar. And I expect, yes, Boris. We're on move 31. Yeah, Boris will make move 40, but he might resign around that time. I don't expect Boris to actually be able to carry on too much, and I don't think he wants to either. It's not the kind of position that you want to just carry on here. It's really not. So, okay. What else have we got going on here? What else have we got going on here? Harry still, I mean, Bogdan, they're so solid. And also these pawns are a little bit fragile. So if Harry starts to go after a pawn like rook a6, what's the idea here by Deak? Not so clear to me. Not so clear to me. What is the idea?
I don't know. Black has to find a way to create counterplay. So
He does, yeah.
how can they do it?
Pushing this pawn.
Maybe h5, h4, knight g5. I don't know if that's an idea too. Maybe not. Okay.
Harry played queen d2, similar idea. h5, and if takes to go knight g5. I see what you want to do, and you're attacking this pawn, and you're threatening h4 like this. Okay, David is here. Okay, we're going to take a very short break. We're just getting David Navarra set up for an interview. This will be very fun to analyze his game against Shankland. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with David Navarra in just a few moments. All right, hello
Welcome.
everybody, and welcome back. We are joined by the one and only David Navarro, who had an interesting draw today against Sam Shankland. David, we'll get straight into the action, and I guess already the first moment is around here, which is a standard Benoni, same-ish Benoni position, where you now played the move knight d1. Now, my question to you is, was this an idea you had previously prepared, or did you come up with it over the board?
It was an idea which I had known previously. I would not say that I had prepared it. It would not be quite accurate. In fact, I expected Sam to play either knight f6 e6 or d4 d5. So I was somewhat surprised by his opening choice. Actually, I had played f3 once recently against Dennis Wagner in European Club Cup 2022. But I saw that Sam was well prepared, and I decided to play something less known. Knight d1 is better than it looks because it looks very silly. I mean, it's an idea is to bring the knight from g1 to c3 and the other one to f2, and if black pushes f5, white can sometimes even ignore it or exchange on f5 on some occasions and just complete development, and black might have problems with the weak e6 square. And there are also some other tricks, like sometimes the white can start with knight f2 to target the h6 pawn, or maybe not do this, but if black plays h5, there might be a problem that white can sometimes develop his knight from g1 to g5 through h3 once black plays knight bd7. So it contains some ideas. And knight d1 is playable, but it seems to me that Sam reacted correctly. It's not the only correct reaction to it, but I like what he played.
Yeah, king h7, knight e2, knight bd7, knight c3, knight e5, bishop e2.
Yes.
Rook b8, all fairly standard stuff. And a5.
I'm not sure about a5. I did not want to castle because of g5, similarly to the game, because if I don't castle, g5 can sometimes be met with some moves like h4 or even something slightly different, maybe first knight f2, but without castling.
Oh, right, without castling, I see.
I mean, I need to make some move. If I play knight f2 after b8, the problem is that my b2 pawn is no longer that well protected, and that black can sometimes push b5. I expected bishop d7 now, a5, and b5, a takes b6, queen takes b6, rook takes a6, queen takes b2, queen takes, rook takes, and knight fd1 is a move which is easy to miss. And I don't know how good it is, but at least I take a pawn on d6, and hopefully white is not worse. But then I found another problem in this line. Black can play queen a5 instead of bishop d7, and I'm not sure how good this is, because on the one hand, black cannot push b5. On the other hand, there is some idea of queen b4, knight c4. Only then I realized that maybe white has a5 then, with an idea of rook a4, but black has bishop d7 maybe first, so it's double-edged. I don't really know how good this queen a5 is, but I decided to prevent it and played a5, which is controversial because b5 is good, and my original intention was to play to meet rook takes b6 with rook a2, a prophylactic move, still waiting for black's reply, and I could not see a sensible plan for black at first, but then I spotted rook b4, which looks very logical. Black is preparing knight c4, and taking on a6 does not look that attractive, especially with the loss of tempo and with my king in the center. So after all of this, I decided to castle, being ready to meet rook b4, perhaps with bishop takes a6, or maybe queen c1. But now g5 is good again. And I don't like what I played now because I somehow overestimated my position. But on the other hand, black is doing well, and if I would like to play knight e3, but the bishop stands in
Right.
the way, and if I play bishop f2, there could be some problems with the weakened f4 square, maybe knight h5, maybe sometimes knight g6. Perhaps knight h5, and after g3, perhaps some bishop h3. I don't know if there will ever be some knight sacrifice on f4 or not after some rook g8, but I didn't like it really. Maybe queen f6
Totally
will be there.
understand.
Queen f6. Okay, so f4 is a move which is maybe better than it looks, but maybe not good anyway. So g takes f4, bishop takes, knight g6, and now it was very interesting. I considered bishop e3, but black plays queen e7 then, and it's not so easy to protect the e4 pawn in a reasonable way. I only saw knight f2, I mean not only, but after rook a4 there is rook b4, and it could be quite unpleasant for me. So no, sorry. If I play rook a4 instead, there is rook b4 taking
rook a4, rook b4. Sorry,
yes.
excuse me. Yeah.
So I would have played knight f2 instead, perhaps instead of rook a4, and it did not look very attractive to me because I wanted my knight to enter c4, which is not possible now. Black can somehow improve his minor pieces, perhaps. Maybe this knight goes to e5. Yes, I didn't like my position very much, but it was still better than what I played, perhaps. I played queen c2, which looked interesting. My idea was queen e7, e5 now.
Yes.
He takes e5, bishop g3. And I plan to play knight e3 and then knight c4 or even knight f5, depending on the circumstances. If black plays king g8 now, for example, I have knight e3, knight f4, knight c4, and then I will knight c4, and then I will be able to take twice on f4, perhaps with a reasonable play, maybe. I don't know. But it did not look too bad. Maybe d5 is hanging then. So maybe it was not good either, but I mean, it made sense. At least I would have complicated it, but king g8 was very strong because now I could not play knight e3 in view of knight takes e4. I almost missed this, although I had seen this move. So it's a very nice prophylactic move, this king g8, yes. And now, after queen d3, too many white pieces are hanging. Perhaps rook takes e2 and rook takes e4 is the most convincing. So I had to play something else, and I don't like what I played, but if I play knight e3 instead, now black has some... Oh, sorry, I have just discussed
We just looked at that, yeah.
Yes.
So you went bishop g3, and then he played a very good move, I think, h5. You went h...
I had seen it, but I didn't want to play bishop c1 for some reasons. I wanted to keep pressure against d6. So h3, and I didn't like my position around this point.
No.
I don't know if knight h7 is good, but in practical terms, I was happy to see it because my bishop on e2 was not doing much. And I was rather afraid of something like h4, and then maybe some bishop h6, maybe some knight d7. Black can improve his pieces, maybe bring queen to g5 sometimes, and I didn't really like white's prospects here. So knight h7 might be good, but at least it helped me to change the position. So bishop takes h5, queen g5, bishop takes. Sam admitted after the game that he missed rook f3 somewhere. I assume after bishop f4, bishop takes h3, rook f3 from fr. And at least it doesn't look too bad for white. I mean, I have counterplay. The rook can sometimes enter g3. I can play knight e3, sometimes knight c4. So, I mean, the problem with king h2 instead of bishop f4 was that there was knight g5, and I don't like my pieces here. Bishop f4 looks fine, and I'm ready to exchange the knight on g5 if needed. So knight f6, knight e3. I could perhaps play knight f2, but it looked too passive, and I calculated some nice line and decided that knight e3 is that it could work, and at least it's not losing by force, perhaps, unless there is some nice tactic with the bishop takes h3 now. But okay, it
No,
looked
I think the move that Sam missed here was the move bishop f5. Very nice move.
we both missed this actually. I thought that perhaps black. I felt that maybe black could still be better, but it's very complicated, and bishop f5 is really nice, but very hard to find.
It is, but it's on one hand it is, but it's not as well, because when you play knight takes c3, rook e2 comes with tempo a lot, and it's not clear that you defend here. For example, if you take on b6, it immediately loses. Bishop d4 check. Let's say king h2 and knight takes c3, and it's just immediately over after rook e2.
Yes, we have not discussed the game, so I don't know if Sam didn't find it or
Right.
just didn't like it for some reason. Actually, I missed bishop f5, but it was not my job to search for the best
Sure.
black's move here.
Absolutely.
Actually, I was not sure whether bishop takes h3 could not work at some point, but I just entered this position because it looked like a good practical chance compared to the strategically inferior position several moves ago. So my main idea was, when I played knight e3, was that rook takes b2, knight takes b2, knight takes c3. Is not knight takes c3 is not so dangerous for white, because I can exchange on g6 and play rook a e1 now, knight e2 check, king h2, and bishop takes b2, rook f2, and the knight is pinned, and white is doing well here. Black could instead play something like bishop c3 instead of bishop takes b2, and it is probably equal. I don't know, at least it's not bad for white.
Right.
I can play something like knight c4 and it should be fine. So I was happy to find this idea, and I was a bit surprised by bishop takes c3. Originally, I wanted to play king h2, but then bishop f5 could be unpleasant, so I went for rook a3 anyway. And now probably Sam concluded that he no longer had advantage. After bishop d4, I was hesitating whether to play king h2, which I probably would have played, or bishop e3, which leads to some simplifications where only black can be slightly better. So now there were some lines like bishop b7, knight c4, bishop takes d5, knight takes d6. It's a trap, and I mean, I have rook g3 then, if nothing else. So there were ideas like this, and I saw that black could perhaps instead capture the d5 pawn with his queen, but I would at least play some knight c4, knight b6, knight takes c8, and his king would be exposed, and material would be about equal. So Sam decided to take on h3. I rather expected after rook takes c3 something like bishop takes g2, but actually probably both is fine. Definitely both is fine. So
then we had this long forcing line where
yes, Sam offered me a draw after rook e5, and I understood it was a draw, but I just decided to play on because there was no risk, and also almost no risk of winning, but it looks a bit unpleasant, at least in front of your audience, when you make a draw and the spectators don't know what has happened. So I decided it could not be bad to make a few more moves to see what happens now. Knight c4, and I expected either rook g5, but king g7 is fine. I understood that this should probably be a draw, but only later realized that a5 was just very simple, because after a5 or at this moment I already understood it. So I hoped for another stalemate for the third one in a row if black played king f6 instead of king h6 at the end. Yes, king g6, king g6 first, king g6, knight a1, king f6, h4, takes, king e5, King
Okay.
g4, king, yes, and king goes to c1 or c2. So
And that would be your third stalemate in a row, right?
yes.
Very, very funny. Well,
Okay.
look, thank you, David. An interesting game. A lot more to be discussed in this line because clearly 91 is a valid idea, but I think Sam met it quite well. And, well, I think the half point is a fair result. So, well done. Thanks for the entertaining game and come back again.
Thank you for your attention, and I'm glad that I finally managed to play an interesting game with White.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thanks a bunch. There
Have
you
a good
go.
afternoon or whatever
Yes.
time of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had two votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, This game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I blunder in opening. I forgot the opening, and then I have bad positions. He attacked, but there's opposite color bishop. Then I'm defending. He takes my pawn, and after some moves, I'm counter attack, and then some move later I offer a draw, and he accepted because position is equal. Today on the opening, I think I stay better. Then I take pawn, and this going to endgame, and then I'm 2 pawn up, and I think I blunder something, and I think in the end he can play better and maybe draw, because there is very wild endgame. But he blunder, and I easy drew win this game.
Yes, I played a very interesting line with a5 and knight c6. I mean, it's not very common against the Catalan, so I thought it would be a nice surprise, and it was, because he spent some time and he didn't seem to find a good plan. But nevertheless, we got like an equal position out of the opening, which was fine by me, but also he had a stable position, so it was not easy for me to find a very good plan. But eventually I slowly built up a plan on the king side with f6 and then rook g8, g5, and when I achieved everything what I wanted, I thought that I have a very good position, and luckily everything turned out very well. Yes, he usually plays g3 systems against everything, against the green file or the Prince Indian, against, he plays Catalan as well. So I knew that this was going to happen, but still it is not easy to find a system that is good against these g3 systems, because they are very stable. So I came up with this a5 idea, and I think this worked out really well.
It was very tough and very interesting game. In the opening, this line I played with black pieces, but first time I think I played with white. And yeah, I was thinking about my idea how to play next moves, and then we got some very interesting position when I played long castle. That was a very complicated position. But after knight f3, queen f4, f4, knight e4, I played rook f8. I expected rook e4. Because I think this exchange, rook f4, queen e4, queen g5, queen f4, gf, knight d4, black should be okay or even slightly better. Yeah, but after rook f8, after the game, so he said that he missed this bishop h3, rook h, f1 move. I think that after bishop h3 it was better, but yeah, he missed this move. But after that, I'm not sure I'm winning there or not, but should be still a draw. Yeah, but he missed I think in the last 40 move. It's rook g2, rook c8, rook c7, knight f6, it's win. Yeah, yesterday I had a big chance to make a draw. I had many chances, I think, but I didn't use my chances. I was very unhappy and a little bit angry also after the game, because if you saw my game, instead of knight e3, knight c3 is a easy draw. Yeah, but I missed the chances, but I'm happy that after a tough lose, I won today. Looking forward for the next games.
Yes, actually, I have it prepared at home, but at the moment I was playing a game, I completely forgot the line after when black takes that knight. So I just said, okay, I'm gonna improve, and I will see what will happen. No, I just don't focus on the results. I just focus on the to play my best and my best chess.
Okay, everybody, hello and welcome back. This is live coverage of round 6 of this year's Prague Chess Festival Masters and Challengers tournament. And we've had some big news in the break. Some results have come in. As expected, Wang Hao has beaten Boris Gelfand. I didn't think he would make it far, and he didn't. We last saw the position around here after Queen F3. Quite simply, white is an exchange up. Black has got no redeeming features of his position. Queen E8, Bishop C4, Rook E3. White grabbed another pawn. He now found this lovely little idea with bishop b5, forcing the exchange of more material, blocked a check, blocked another check. Looks as though black has won a rook here, but Wang Hao's got it all figured out because there's a queen f8 mate. One more check was tried. No more checks now exist. And after check and queen e8, rook h8 will be mate, and both the c8 and f5 squares are covered. Black has got no checks. A very, very, very simple victory in the end for Wang Hao. So nice result. Boris Gelfand trying a lot of stuff in this tournament, Natasha, but really, really struggling. Just cannot seem to make it work. Win against Robson was also a draw. No big surprise there. And Kmart against Martirosyan ended in a draw as well. Perhaps Martirosyan just not in the mood for playing. It looked as though he had some possibilities, but maybe Kmart just got his forces nicely organized here, and there's no actual way of breaking through. So a draw there, and as we've already seen, draw in Navarra Shankland, meaning there's only one game left in the Masters, and that is the game between Hari Krishna and Dayak. Looks as though Dayak still has got everything under control here. They have reached move 40, though, so we'll keep an eye on that one. In the challenges, we've already seen the outstanding victory of Finek against Peshak. A great result for the young superstar from the Czech Republic, defeating a very strong grandmaster. We've also seen that Glidora Akash did end in a draw by repetition, as expected, meaning there are 3 games going on in the challenges. Stalmak against Motilev. Looks as though Stalmak may have chances to hold in this position in the end, as we have got a situation. Well, at the moment, Motilov is 2 pawns up, but Stalmak is winning 1 pawn back. And if Stalmak wins the A pawn back, the question is this position winning or not for white? And for black. Sorry, for black. And it's a good question. I would still estimate that he's got good chances, like after rook c2. Still looks unpleasant to play because I put my rook behind. My king can get active very quickly. I would still estimate Motilov's chances of winning this as very high, but he's going to have to work. He's going to have to work for sure.
Maybe he had an easiest way earlier than going into this
ending. It's possible. It's possible. There were a lot of opportunities, I think, in this game for Motilov. He could still win, of course. Meanwhile, Bartel Lamy is still going on, which is also very interesting. Erwin saying I run no risk in this position here, so I'm just going to make Bartel work, and this is the position on move 42. And you do have to be a little bit careful here as white. Black, of course, with this enormous pressure here. But again, I just don't see a legitimate way for black to break through. There's no f5, there's no d5. What are you actually supposed to do here as black? I'm not entirely sure. And so I think that this will still end in a draw. Vikuk against Paul Vinicius. Now this one, I felt like Vikuk had a slight advantage. We've now got into a rook ending. It looks, however, though, Vikuk just can't make proper progress here. If he wins the pawn successfully and gets this guy going, then sure, but that's not a reality because after king f6, the point is the move rook h5 exists. And this sort of position here, it's just a draw. Even though you can get the rook behind the pawn, something like this, you can now actually blunder with rook h6. So you can't actually get the rook behind the pawn, which means you have to go rook e5. Now I can give check, and I can put my rook behind the pawn, and this is the key idea here. And once the rook comes behind here with 2 versus 2, it's just a stone cold draw. There's nothing much to discuss. So it's just a total draw, actually, this rook in. Nothing to discuss here. Total draw. So we'll see. So I think the legitimate winning opportunity in the challenges is Motilov against Stalmak. I fully expect the move rook c2 now to cut the white king off and to get behind the pawn. There's no other move that makes sense, actually, apart from rook c2. And I'm going for a Motilov victory there. We could get a few results quickly. Let's go back to Hari Krishna Dayak, though, because we have had some moves. Still looks more pleasant for white here, for sure. But black is still very solid. Black is still extremely solid. So unclear to me. Unclear to me. How are you supposed to break through? Okay, rook c7 played by Dayak. Yeah, and basically, I guess the idea is that if you ever go rook here, you can just go here and say, I'm not worried. I think Dayak has everything under control. I really do. I really think he has everything under control here. But you can see that Hari Krishna is really wanting to win this position. I mean, he needs to find a win at some point, right? He needs to find a win. But how he does that, I don't know. How he does that, I just don't know. Tough one. Really, really tough one. Yeah, really, really tough one. Can't see it clearly in this position at all. Vcook has played rook b6. You can play any move here as white, e3. Rook b6 threatens rook b5. Wait a second. You've got to be a little bit careful. You've got to be a little bit careful here. Maybe you just give up this pawn and say, so what? How do you wish to make progress here, sir? Something like this. Can black ever realistically win this position? Nah, I don't think so. But only black can win. So the onus is on white once again to prove something. That he can make a draw, but I don't see Paul Vinicius losing this ending. Lamy Bartel, what to say? Dynamic equality. Win might try, but I don't see it. And Motilov completely surprises me with the remove rook c3. I don't get it, really. It might not make a big difference in the grand scheme of things. But why wouldn't you put the rook on c2 and put the rook on a2 and come in like this? Strange decision for me there by Motilov. He plays rook c3. Stalmak will play king g2. Motilov will play king f6. The rook will come here. This rook will come here. a6. And I guess the king will come into e5. And Motilov is probably assessing if this position is winning or not, because for example after rook a7 you have to come back and now you have to find a good passing move. Very weird. Maybe just h6 or something. Stalmak puts the king on f2, which is actually kind of strange because I feel like the king needs h3 as a square sometimes, but okay, maybe it's not a big deal. Still, you know, some defending to do there for white for sure. Hari Krishna unable to find a way through so far. And Paul Vinicius did give up the pawn as expected. Paul Vinicius did give up the pawn as expected. Yeah. Totally understandable. But the black pawns and the black pieces just aren't coordinated enough to make the extra pawn count. That is the reality of rook endings. That is the cold reality of rook endings. Okay. What next? Okay, g4 played by Paul Vinicius. Totally fine. I'd be curious to see how Vikuk tries to put some problems to white.
Can I bring my king to the queen side? King
How
f7, king e8, and try to.
Yeah, like this.
Just go this. Yeah, just like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe this is a try, but let's say I go here, and let's say, I don't know, I play a move like pawn here. You go king c7, I go king f5. You rook g6, and now let's say I go, gee, I don't even know if I go e6, or let's say I bring my rook back, because you're going to gain time with king b6, right? So I'll bring my rook back, and I'm just going to check you from distance as well. No, there's just no hope. The black rook is just not good enough. If you move the rook somewhere like this, I can always come here now.
Oh, right? You can eat the pawn.
Oh, I can take the pawn as well, right? No. There's just no serious way to press here. No serious way.
Okay, so we have two rook endings. Stalmak Motilev and this game.
We do. And the Hari Krishna middle game. Yeah, no moves here really. No moves of change. Just a bit of passing, which is
no
totally
improvement.
Understandable. Yeah, I do expect them to find a repetition actually at some point. Only one game. Okay, Rook F1 played by Hari Krishna. Okay, still no threat as far as I can see. Still no threat. Can you see a threat here? Because
no, I don't know if I'm white, I would like maybe to play d5 and try to find a way to bring my knight to e6. But
really?
So I should. Okay, we are trying to find a way for white to win, a winning plan. Not I mean to improve the position, but not in this position. I'm just thinking of a plan. What would be my dreamy position? The position I would like to have with white, and try to find a way to get it. But black pieces are very, very good. I'm thinking I'll move like d5, or maybe find a break with in the center with e5. But
yeah, no, it's just difficult to work out because d5 is just not really on the horizon here. It's just not really a move. ever.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, maybe with the rook on e1, I play h4, knight f3, then d5, something like this. But
yeah, I mean, it's good. I mean, Dayak still needs to find some precise moves. I don't believe it though for white. I really don't.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, so Porphyrius, actually, Vcook has done well, I feel like. He played h6, which I like, e3, and now his king is cut. So, like, black has found a configuration here where white can't easily pressurize with the king, which is a much better version compared to what we just saw, I feel.
I think g5 is possible for white to trade one pair of pawns.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that, if we want to do that or not. Probably do. Probably do. Yeah, it takes. And say, so what? Yeah. How bad can my life be? Still a draw, isn't it? It's just, you know, rook endings, they're just incredibly tough. You know, you think you can win them and then you just can't. And it's you know, it's just pain and pain playing these rook endings. It really is. Really is.
Pain for who?
Well, for everybody involved, for both sides. When you're defending, it's hard, and when you're trying to win one, you can't. It's a never-ending story. So that's going to be. That's actually going to be kind of interesting to see if he does manage. I just don't see it happening. I really don't. I just don't see anything happening in this position at all. Okay, Queen G3 by Hari Krishna in his game. Now, this is a small thing because if knight takes e4, Hari Krishna is saying takes, queen takes d6, and all of a sudden you ruin your position as black, and I agree. So I don't think black can take on e4 here. So he needs to find another waiting move here, believe it or not. He needs to find another waiting move. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So how could we make this work? So what kind of moves can we play here? What about knight f7? This looks very standard. Just bring the knight back.
And a move like rook f5.
Rook f5. King 8.
No, it doesn't work.
Oh, actually you lose. Look at this. h4.
I lose. Oh.
Oh my goodness. If you take, you lose the rook, and if you go queen g4, knight h6.
Knight h6.
Oh boy. That's
Oops.
nasty. Yeah, that's also rook f5. Yeah, there's something, it doesn't feel right. The rook leaves the back.
No, you take a pawn with rook f5.
You just want to take
h5 or a5.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? But you're right, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Rook a6 feels much more natural though. Right?
Yes, right.
Rook a6 does feel more natural here for sure. With the idea of trying to capture, and you keep the rook here. But again, it's kind of, let's say you just pass and you take the pawn. Now the rook, well, you're threatening this now. Can you get the e5? So it's a strange position, because I think Hari Krishna has had the chance to win this a5 pawn before, but he's declined it. So there's something that's telling him you can't win this pawn, basically. That's what's going on here. There's something that's telling him you cannot win this pawn.
But we found you show us a very good idea for black to play knight f7 and c5 to gain the e5 square for the knight. It's a very interesting idea.
Yeah.
The plan for black. It can be a defensive plan that Hare Krishna has to keep in mind.
Yeah. Lots going. I mean, there's still a lot to be discussed in that game. I'm curious how it will go. No developments in Bartel Lamy. The Motilov game. Okay, so we've got basically the position we had. And what next now? So I think you go h6 here as black. Why not? Ask for white to make a move. Let's say king g2. And now you probably have to decide whether you go g5. I probably would go g5 here. And importantly, if h5, I play g4. And I am able to come in here. So I think I play h6. And what are you supposed to do? So king here. So let's say after g5 you take. I take. And I just think that this position is objectively losing because I bring my king in, I give a check, and all of these rook endings are just horrible.
And if I play rook a8, a7 very fast, you cannot play anymore h6, g5.
If you want to go a7 here.
a7. Yeah.
Ah, this is actually clever because now if I go king e5, you have rook g8. This is very important. And I've blown it, and you make a draw.
So you have to play king g7 after a7?
Yes. So, okay, so h6, rook a8. So I can't go g5 here. So I need to find another move. And if I go king e5 here, you go rook g8 as well, right? Or not? What do you do about king e5 here? a7 again. But now I can go king e4. And if you go here, I obviously take. And if you go rook e8, it's still a draw, right? Yeah, this is a problem because I guess it's close though. Is this a draw or not? Still looks scary. I wouldn't be confident this is a draw, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, you have the idea maybe to play rook a1 check, rook a2, rook g2, and take on maybe something like this.
Yeah, but your g7 is hanging.
Yes. I wasn't thinking you would go to h3.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's
But it's not easy to find the ID rook
no.
a8, a7 in this configuration, in this position.
Yeah, I'm curious what Motilov will do. Very curious. Apparently, in the meantime, breaking news. The Hans Niemann $100 million cheating lawsuit against Magnus Carlsen has been dismissed in federal court. So Hans Niemann's attempt to sue the GOAT has not worked. Not a big surprise. Not a big surprise. I would say. Not a big surprise. All right, we'll come back to that when Motylov has moved. We did have a draw in Bartel and Lamy. Not surprising. They moved around for a while. No way to make progress. So it makes total sense. Paul Vinicius against Vikuk is still looking very drawing. In fact, I really like rook c7, Paul Vinicius. The idea is he wants to put the rook on a7. And in fact, now there's really no way to make progress. Now it's really dead drawn because you can't even, you actually just have no ideas now as black. The rook performs a double job here. And this is just going to be a draw. So that's exciting. Harry still trying. Queen f4. In fact, maybe there's no more trying here because he can go knight e6, queen f2, knight g5, and you might have to repeat now because how are you supposed to defend everything? Because this is coming next. We might actually get a quick repetition here if Dayak finds knight e6, knight g5. Also, this guy's a bit loose sometimes. You've got to be careful. So
okay, so in the last 3 games, only Motilev has winning chances. It seems
yes.
that.
I'm still very shocked about this rook a3 move. I just don't understand this move at all. Why would you not cut the king off on the second rank? You can always go back.
Yeah, I sort of agree.
And the path here is just so clean. Very, very weird. Don't get it. Don't understand.
We can have a look at the game, maybe. Let's a bit move earlier just to see how it went.
Yeah, I was thinking he would go bishop b5. Also, like just the most obvious move in the world is to play bishop b5. But he went here first and then bishop b5, which allowed knight d6. And then the pawn survived. So I thought the rook is worse on c2 than it is on d2. But
I was thinking here, instead of taking the knight, you can go to a bishop ending, maybe.
When?
After knight d6, maybe you can try rook e2 check. And I don't know if it's better to go in a bishop ending instead of a rook ending.
Looks also very good. Looks also very, very good. Very tempting. It just looks crushing as well. So many weaknesses. But he went for the rook ending. This is a cute idea. Bishop c6. Can't take it because of d7. But still a few inaccuracies. But finally, yeah, they decide to go for this rook ending, and we get the position we have now. Wait, no, sorry. This is my moves. This is the position. This is the position here, yeah. So yeah.
Okay. In any case, you will have to play h6g5 to improve your position with black to try to win.
Correct. I think so. I don't really see another way here. I mean, h6 is just so natural. Is he thinking about what to do against h5? Because that might be a consideration. But king f3 e5 is just, and now king
and then
g5.
You can go to the, okay.
Yeah, Yeah, because I'm going to go check in king g4, and if you come behind like this, I can go check. I can go check.
Check.
And here I can just take as well. I mean, this ending probably is winning. Yeah, I do expect h6. Motilov with 15 minutes, though, might just take his time.
Of course.
Yeah, meanwhile, queen f4, knight e6, queen f2, knight g5. Looks as though this one is going to see a repetition. I think Harry is probably tired of this position. Also, nothing happening in Port Vinicius Vikuk. Absolutely nothing happening there. Yeah. All right. E4 played in Port Vinicius. Just king e6, and now he can just go rook a8. And if king d6, king f5. And if you try and get active, you can even overpress this position, right? You know, something like this, and all of a sudden you're just like worse. Losing this with black is, you know, it makes you want to quit chess, basically. It does make you want to quit chess.
But actually,
Sure.
you can miss it. You can miss
The
white.
Oh, it's missable because
white
you want
chess.
to.
Like
Yeah.
Jan Vikuk played king e6.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And I expect rook 8 now. There's no other move that makes sense for white because you can't go e5 because rook b4 check. Now you can actually lose again. So you have to keep the pawn on e4. So Paul Vinicius just has to play rook a8 here. But it's a very easy move. And he will find it. Oh, he went rook c7. I guess it's also good enough. And after king d6, he's going to go back. Same idea, basically. Same idea. Oh, Motilov played king g6. Interesting. So, okay, so white doesn't really have... so white... maybe his idea is to go like here, and if rook a7 to actually give up this pawn with g6. Is that possible that he wants to play like this, or is this just ridiculous? Rook h6, rook a2, let's say king f1. Well, king f1, king f3, and I'm threatening mate. And let's say king g1, and now can you go g5? This is an interesting idea. Rook g6, king takes g3. And I take your pawn. And then I take here. It's over.
Okay. So...
Oh, yeah, there's still... And if you go here, this is the move. Because now I can do this. Yeah, and then I take here and it's a draw. So king g6 is Stalmach. Still has to find something here. Not straightforward.
Maybe you can play king g2 with king g2. Is it okay for white instead of rook a8? Rook a8.
Well, he played rook a8. Yeah, he played rook a8. And
let me. Oh yeah, no.
Tell me.
No, I was thinking after king h5, rook a7, but it was the position we were just.
No, this could happen. Yeah, this could happen. This could happen.
Okay, Can we go to Hare Krishna Deak?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Maybe the draw has been signed.
No, yeah, it looks like we had a repetition. Queen f4, 96, Queen f2, 95. Looks like Queen f4 will be a draw if he goes for it. Harry probably realizing that actually he can run risk with Queen e3. Like, does this tactic work? Probably does. You can't run these risks actually. Here. You can't run these risks. So we're expecting a draw there. Paul Vinicius, rook c7. I mean, Vic king d6 is the only move that even attempts to make progress, because if you go a5, I also have this, this, and this.
Yes.
And I win this pawn. So king d6 is the only attempt. Then you go back. And now there's, again, no attempt, because e5 check king f5, you can be worse. If you go e6, now I can once again go rook a8.
We can go rook h7 or not.
Well, rook h7, a5, rook a7 maybe. This is probably good enough.
Maybe I can take on h6?
No, you don't want to do this.
Because I have... Yeah, but then I have a passed pawn too. On G.
Yeah, but suddenly you have to calculate. Like, are you confident that this is a draw? I wouldn't be. It probably is, but why risk it?
No, I mean, I don't push my G pawn. I just bring my rook behind. Maybe rook h2.
Sorry. Rook
okay,
h2.
Rook h2.
You want to go passive? You want to go passive with the rook? It's probably still a draw, but it's not a great technique to just make your rook passive.
Yeah, but if you want to improve your position, you have to bring your king, and then my pawn just...
I don't like it.
Go to the queen.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Why not just after something like this? Sorry, what was it?
Yeah, it was this. Yes. And rook take
this
h6.
Position?
Yes, but it's not the game. It's
right.
Vikok is thinking after rook c7.
But this is so natural to me to play like this, and just wait, and say, you know, what is your next move? I'll go here. You come out here, I can check you. If you go here, I'll check you. Anytime you come back, I'll come back. Anytime you give a check, I have the f5 square. And I stand rather than trying to force the issue. I can check you here. I can check you here. If you come here, sure, now I'm going to take... Actually, even king e5 here, right? Even king e5 makes sense. Because something like this... Again, you have to be careful you don't lose as black. Yeah, I just see no chance at all. No chance. Hare Krishna has not played queen f4. He knows that on queen f4 it's a draw. So he's waiting. Motilov has put his king on h6. He's trying to... sorry, rook a8. It's now his move. He's trying to find a clever Zugzwang, I feel. Or not Zugzwang, but like configuration. But I don't see it. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. So yeah, so waiting. Really, Motilov is the only one super trying in this position here. waiting on Hari Krishna. Rook c7. Not really much to report. It's been a great day for the youngest player in the competition, Finek, with a great win, fantastic win against Peshak. Great win for Wang Hao against Gelfand, who's having a difficult tournament. And I think every other game is going to be a draw. Not too much to analyze either. That's the other problem. The only live game is this. And
okay, so what you have played King G6, H5, H6. As you say, he's trying to do like a kind of triangulation and but okay, maybe we can try to keep playing this position, maybe.
Well, I mean, what do you want to do here then? So, I mean, as black, I didn't like what he's done really, but it's okay, I guess.
Or maybe he will come back to King F6, H6, G5.
He might come back, yeah. He might come back.
Oh, G6.
Plays G6.
Great.
So what he wants to do is he wants to push the e-pawn and march like this.
And if I play A7 in this position with white, King H5, here. Rook
because
E6.
Here Rook E8, you mean?
Sorry, Rook E8.
Yeah, but he's actually correctly on. He's correctly. Sorry, maybe I could check first. Wait, yeah, or maybe I go here. I think he's correctly assessed that this 3 versus 2 is losing for white.
Yes,
because
my
Rook E2, Rook A3. Yeah.
Yeah,
you just can't stop this.
Too weak. Yes.
Too weak. So this is actually an alternate way then by Motilov. I don't like it.
Okay, so if I come back to A7 with my rook A7, E5.
Rook A7, E5, exactly.
And then Rook E7.
Okay, Rook E7. Rook E7.
It's the same or not?
It's the same thing, yeah. So I probably take, and King H5. Actually, maybe it makes a difference. Wait, does it make a difference? King H5 takes, and just to go here immediately might make a difference. That's probably a good point then. So if I go here, Rook here. And if I go here, is this a draw? Probably this is a draw. I don't think you can let the pawn come to A7. I just don't think you can do that. Okay, so still some accuracy required here by Motilov.
By Samak.
By Samak, rather. Well, look, Queen E3 was played, so Harry said, I'm not interested. Going to go Knight G5, but it might just be a draw anyway, I don't know. Not the most exciting.
He just wants his opponent to find Knight takes E4.
Yes.
Oh, wait, it says, yeah, it's white to play. Okay.
Yes. Let's see what Hari Krishna wants to do here. I think if he goes Queen F4, it is a draw, though, so good chance it still ends in a draw. No progress at all from Vikuk. He went this way. He's now come back. Rook C7 on the board, and I expect Vikuk to admit the admit the unfortunate, which is that this is just going to be a draw. King f7 played, and
Yes, rook
What next?
a7, and black has made no progress.
yeah, absolutely no progress. All right, let's see if Hare Krishna did in fact go for something different. Still waiting on Hare Krishna. And no moves. Waiting for stomach. And maybe now would be a good time for a very quick break. Sort of 10 minutes. That way we can come back and see if any of these guys has made any progress, because these endgames can go on for quite a long time. So we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Motilov with the big chance, in my opinion. Let's see also if Hare Krishna decides to play on. We'll be right back.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political elections will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
I blunder in opening. I forgot the opening, and then I have bad positions. He attacked, but there's opposite color bishop. Then I'm defending. He takes my pawn, and after some moves, I'm counter attack, and then some move later I offer a draw, and he accepted because position is equal. Today on the opening, I think I stay better. Then I take pawn, and this going to endgame, and then I'm 2 pawn up, and I think I blunder something, and I think in the end he can play better and maybe draw because there is very wild endgame. But he blunder and I easy drew win this game.
Yes, I played a very interesting line with a5 and knight c6. I mean, it's not very common against the Catalan. So I thought it would be a nice surprise. And it was because he spent some time and he didn't seem to find a good plan. But nevertheless, we got like an equal position out of the opening, which was fine by me. But also he had a stable position, so it was not easy for me to find a very good plan. But eventually I slowly built up a plan on the king side with f6 and then rook g8, g5, and when I achieved everything what I wanted, I thought that I have a very good position, and luckily everything turned out very well. Yes, he usually plays g3 systems against everything, against the green file or the Prince Indian, against, he plays Catalan as well. So I knew that this was going to happen, but still it is not easy to find a system that is good against these G3 systems because they are very stable. So I came up with this A5 idea, and I think this worked out really well.
It was very tough and very interesting game. In the opening, this line I played with black pieces, but first time I think I played with white. And yeah, I was thinking about my idea how to play next moves, and then we got some very interesting position when I played long castle. That was a very complicated position. But after knight f3, queen f4, f4, knight e4, I played rook f8. I expected rook e4 because I think this exchange rook f4, queen e4, queen g5, queen f4, gf, knight d4, black should be okay or even slightly better. Yeah, but after rook f8, after the game, so he said that he missed this bishop h3, rook h f1 move. I think that after bishop h3 he was better, but yeah, missed this move. But after that, I'm not sure I'm winning there or not, but should be still a draw. Yeah, but he missed I think in the last 40 move. It's rook g2, rook c8, rook c7, knight f6, it's win. Yeah, yesterday I had a big chance to make a draw. I had many chances, I think, but I didn't use my chances. I was very unhappy and a little bit angry also after the game, because if you saw my game, instead of knight e3, knight c3 is a easy draw. Yeah, but I missed the chances. But I'm happy that after a tough lose, I won today. Looking forward for the next games.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is round 6 of the Prague Chess Festival 2023. We are at the closing stages of this round. A lot of results in, still a few games playing. Pentala Hari Krishna has decided to keep the game rolling against Bogdan Deak, but for how much longer and whether he's going to make any progress or not is another question. So we will see about that one. Still think that is probably going to be a draw. Paul Vinicius against Vico, nothing has really changed here. Paul Vinicius just played the move g5. Actually, sorry, king h4. Actually, I think his idea is that if black plays king d6, he might want to go g5. This is also a clever idea where he can get a draw like this because he can check and then win this pawn. So actually, I think Paul Vinicius has also found a clear way to make the draw. There are probably various ways to do it, but Motilov has instead found the source, or has he? Because after e5, king 8, rook e7, yeah, king h5 played by Motilov, and after rook takes e5, he has to now find king g4. If he plays rook takes a6, after rook e7, it's possible that white can draw this position. So this is going to be a critical moment. After rook takes e5, so white can take 2 pawns here. Taking here doesn't do anything because king g4 and then rook a2 and all the pawns collapse. You know, for example, a7, rook a2, let's say king here and king here. And now you have 2 passed pawns and this pawn is guarded. So you can't do that. So a much better try for white here is to take on e5 and then make black make this move king g4. It's still winning after rook a6, rook e2 because we get something like this. It's going to be found by Motilov, I'm sure. I'm sure he already has this planned. Some big wins already. Finek winning against Peshak, the young Finek beating Peshak, and Boris Gelfand losing to Wang Hao in the main event. Very interesting game between Navarre and Shankland, ended in a draw, as was Kmar Martirosyan. Win against Robson, not so much. And of course, all the games and the challenges have been interesting. Fighting draw, Bartel Lamy. Glidura, Akash, perhaps not so interesting in the end. Let's see what Stalmak decides to go with in the end. Not entirely clear what Stalmak will do here. But
yes, both choices are bad for white.
Yeah,
taking on h7 or taking on e5, both
exactly.
moves are fine, are winning for black.
Correct.
But as you said, after rook takes e5, Motilov has to find king g4. So maybe rook takes e5 gives a very small chance to white to draw.
Yes, precisely. Yeah, I don't see in reality Motilov messing it. I mean, I think he wins regardless of what white does. I think he has already understood the configuration.
Of course, I think it was his idea when he played king g6, king h5, king h6. He was already planning to go to this, to go to this kind of position. And
Exactly. So, interesting one for sure. And yeah,
maybe we can have a look
yeah.
on the other games.
Yeah, of course we can. Let's see what else is going on. King h4 still on the board in Paul Vinicius versus Jan Vikook. So no big sort of issues there. And in the other game, okay, we've got a few moves, but the nature of the position has just not changed at all here. It's really been quite
I
dull.
think we're back at the same position than
Almost
we
at the same position, yeah.
had earlier. Remember when white played queen g3 and black Diak played queen d8? I think it's the same, exactly the same position.
Exactly.
I think we reach twice this position. Okay, but now with rook e1.
Exactly. Rook e1 on the board. Yeah, and we've just had this kind of position for forever. So I don't even want to analyze it, to be honest, until we get some progress. Stalmack has taken the pawn on e5, so big moment here. Black has to play the move king g4, and he does. Well done, Motilov. And this will almost certainly end proceedings. 2.5 minutes now for Stalmack, who needs to, well, he needs a miracle, basically. I don't even know what, I think he'll just go rook here. Then there'll be a check. And if he blocks, Motilov takes. And the problem you've got is even if you try and go long like this, after here in this check, the important thing is you've got this square on h3. This is really important. And now this drops and then this drops, and it all just finishes very quickly. That is the issue with this.
So do you think that having the king on g2 would have changed?
I'm not sure exactly. It's possible. It's possible somehow. It is possible. I'm not completely sure, but it is possible. Vikook taking his time, probably understanding that this position is dead. Maybe he already understood it, but you know.
And there's no way to prevent g5.
No, there's just no way. If you go king f6, I can just go king h5, and at some moment I'm going to go g5, and yeah, my king's too active. Just really, really nothing to do here as Vikook. We do have the precise position in the Stalmack game, and rook b2 is on the board, and all Motilov needs to do is put the rook on a3 now, and the king slips into h3. It's really elementary stuff. Rook e6 by Deak. Feels like we've had this position for 1 full hour. It really does.
Maybe Hare Krishna is trying to find the right moment to go for the a5 pawn, I guess. Try to find the best configuration and try to
Yeah, but I never think he has a good one because the pressure down the e-file is just so strong here. The rook is
Wait,
going
but
to be offside.
they have only 50 seconds and 3 minutes at the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we've been going a long time, so that makes sense. Let's see what Harry does here. Again, I'm not convinced, but you're right. There is a pretty big time deficit here.
And sometimes under pressure, you can take the wrong decision, try to push a pawn, the wrong one, or play a bad move. I don't know.
That is
and
true.
Maybe that's why Hare Krishna wants to keep playing, just to create
That is
the
true.
illusion. Let's see if it works, or if Deak has how to say good nerves.
Right.
Have
I think
good nerves.
Deak has got good nerves in general, actually, from what I've seen. From what I've seen, he actually does have good nerves. But let's see. We'll keep an eye on it. And Motilov has done the right thing by snaking the king into h3. I think Stalmak here is going to try h5. This is the try, I would say. This is the try. And now you just have to be a bit careful, but g5 is just, I think it's the best move.
Check and take on g3. It's also.
Or you can just, can you just take on g3 here immediately as well? Or is this still winning after rook b7? Probably is. You can probably still get away with it, but you suddenly have to calculate again. Still winning, still an easy win.
2 pawns win.
Something like this. I don't
Wins
know.
alone.
Maybe here is good. And oh my, here is a blunder. You see, rook endings are just so tricky.
King g4 and king h3. I think it's
king g4. That's a much better solution, isn't it? And the rook goes to h3. Yeah, he does try h5 as expected. And now I expect, Motilov just takes an h6. Okay, another try here by Stalmak, but we're going to get something basically similar. It's going to go g5, rook b7, and then king g4. And then he's going to put the rook here. And I think Stalmak resigns very, very soon. Very, very soon.
Yes.
Okay, we do have this idea with g5 in the Vico game. King c5 tried. Now, Paul Vinicius is going to take and put the king on f5 very quickly here. So something like takes.
Rook takes, king g5.
Yeah, rook takes, king g5. King g5.
And then rook, king f5, and
yeah, rook somewhere, wherever, and king f5. And they're going to shake hands very soon. They're going to shake hands very soon. We do have a bit of a change in the Hare Krishna game because Harry has decided to give up the e4 pawn, which is quite a significant decision, actually. This is quite a significant decision. Because now you're actually running some risk here. Rook c8 played by Deak, who's playing on,
7 seconds left. Time trouble.
Yeah, 7 seconds
Extreme
left.
time trouble.
Yeah.
And you can take on c8 and take on d6.
You can take on c8, take on d6. This is almost certainly what he's going to do. And yeah, I mean, okay, let's watch this game. So takes. Queen takes d6, only move. Black's still not a pawn down here.
No, but you're threatening rook b8 with white and queen f8. So you have to find a move.
Yeah, and you've got to be a bit careful. Well, I say you have to be careful. Maybe not like queen e6. It looks scary to allow this, but actually, I think the king sits perfectly fine on g5. So the move queen e6 exists here. 28 seconds.
Yeah, I think many moves, even a move like g5 is possible.
Yeah, g5 is definite. I like g5 to give the king room. He goes rook e6. A little bit passive this move, but probably okay. I guess Harry will put the queen here, but I don't know.
Queen c5, yes. Threatening d5. Queen takes a5.
Yeah, and suddenly, I really didn't like this move, actually. Yeah, queen c5 played out. Let's see what that does here. 34 seconds. Not easy suddenly. Not easy at all.
No. Maybe I can try to activate my
queen
piece.
d7.
Okay.
Queen d7 makes a lot of sense.
Of course.
Because if takes, I take here. So the question is, what do you do after d5? You just take, and what? Put the rook on e5. Yeah, also. I mean, it's just a draw, whichever way you want to cut it. Quite interesting, really. It's just a draw, whichever way you want to cut it. There's just nothing really you can do. Incredible, really. So queen d7. Okay, we'll come back to that. Meanwhile, Stalmak has done what you expect. Yeah, king g5 is good enough. It's going to go rook h8, rook h2, h7, and then you can even do this. This is very cute. Threatening king g7.
Yes. Okay, so it will be a win for Motilev.
Yeah. We do have a draw in Port Vinicius Virkut, by the way. This is official now. The correct result. And Motilev is going to win. He needs this win if he's going to have a chance. He can still win the tournament. He can still win the tournament. That's for sure. So rook h8, just rook h2, played. Stalmak doesn't have another move apart from h7. And I believe Motilev, yeah.
We'll play king h6, yes.
Yeah, it's the only move, actually, that you've got to be careful. Like a move like king g4 ruins the position after rook g8. And then we get the drawn king and rook and pawn. So king h6 is the only move played. And I expect Stalmak now actually to resign in this exact position, because the rook and two pawns is an easy loss. Or he'll move the rook and wait for king takes pawn, but resigning here is really the correct thing to do. This is the right thing to do. In the other game, rook e5 is in fact on the board, the variation we just looked at. And still totally under control, everything here. If rook b5, you've got to be a little bit careful, because your king is also exposed. Like a move like queen f5 and check, check, and check, and you can actually lose this position with white if you get it. You can absolutely lose this position if you are not careful. Motilov has one. Correct moment for Stalmack to resign. Harry Krishna plays rook d1, which is much more reasonable because he keeps the rook on the back rank. Now I expect Deak just to play a4 to put the pawn on a protected square. This is just the most natural move played. And now White has to try and find a way to make progress. Still impossible to make progress. If queen d4, queen d6 is a very nice move because if you take, I take. And
if I try to go to a rook ending with queen c6, I guess it's still draw.
Easy draw.
Just
Takes,
easy
rook
check.
c5, check, king h6, c7, and oh, I actually blundered. Look at this. I blundered. That's awesome. I blundered.
Yeah, you can just play rook c1 check, then king g5.
Yeah, or h4 or anything.
H4, yes. Okay, queen c4.
Queen c4
is
tried.
played.
Yes, correct. So now, what's the best way? Queen c4 I like actually because you kind of threaten d6. I guess queen d6 is just still good enough here. On low time, I expect queen d6 as the move. Oops, not queen e6, but queen d6. I expect this to be the move. Yeah. Correctly played. Correctly played.
Yeah, and White cannot make progress in this position because now the queen and the rook are tied at the defense of the d5 pawn.
Exactly.
And so Black, I think, will play. Okay.
Okay, he did take.
So you take on d5.
Yeah, you take on d5.
And maybe you find some perpetual check or something like this. Rook takes, queen takes.
Yeah. Some check. King here. Check and d5. And he won't, I think, try and play on this position too much, to be honest. I don't see it. So yeah. He played check first, doesn't make a difference.
No.
Check here, he'll play g5. Played. And now White has to make a decision whether to trade rooks. I mean, Black can trade the rooks anyway, so if you go here, Black can always just go rook d1. So trading rooks is inevitable. Actually, this is our last game, isn't it, Natasha? Now that
yes, it is.
Think about it. So we'll stay here, of course. And the question is Hari Krishna going to try and win this? It's just not a very winnable position. It depends how much energy he wants to waste.
Yes, after trading the rooks, if White want to push the A pawn, they will need he will need the queen,
miracle.
And then the White king is very weak, and Black will find a perpetual check.
Yeah.
So this is what will happen certainly.
Queen c1.
Maybe queen e4 is good, I think. Queen e4, queen d4.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think queen e4 is fine. Queen d4 is fine. Queen b3. Like, even if you queen b3, queen a1, and I'm actually kind of not. So
maybe queen d4 is a good idea.
I like this move because you protect everything. I really like this move. Yeah, this is a good move.
And of course, black wants to keep the queen on the board, because if you trade off the queen, then white is winning. Because
Exactly.
the a pawn just will go for promotion.
Queen d4 is the move. This is the move to find. I think he finds it as well, because
Yes,
queen
it's
b3,
logical.
queen a1 is so natural to centralize the queen like this. And then your next move is h4, right? So if king h2, h4, and it's just an immediate draw. So he might be thinking about playing h4 immediately here. I don't think it changes the evaluation. And then just sitting like this, also total draw. The pawn is not going anywhere. Fully expect Daniel Bogdandaev to see this. Fully expect it.
Okay, queen a5
Queen
has been
a5.
played.
Similar idea. Queen a1. Probably less, what's the word? Less precise, but actually he's also saying, look, let's say I go here and you go a4 and I go here. Oh, actually, he can't really stop h4. So let's say I just go here. You've actually got no way of kind of coming out. Well, you could go here, actually. That's, yeah, but the moment the queen, yeah, doesn't really matter. It's just a technicality at this point. King g7 played, a4, Deac will play h4, and I expect a draw. In fact, I expect Harry to do this, and we'll get this. I expect this precise repetition. That's the repetition I expect. Yes, sir. You went g4. Really? How interesting. That move is just not even on my radar. That's so funny.
I think it's
Also
good to, yes, because if white doesn't do anything, you just take on h3, and then the white king is just opened.
Yeah.
Yes, and so you can find a perpetual check easily. And if white takes on g4, maybe you can hope even for some checkmate.
To get something here with black, maybe.
Maybe if you manage to play g3 and...
I agree.
Maybe, why not?
There's something here for sure. Here's a g4. Let's see. Pental Harry question with less than 1 minute. Yeah, I didn't really understand the decision to actually play on here. I didn't get this decision at all, actually. Guess it takes. Takes. Now to Harry.
But black had to find the right moves when he was only 30 seconds at the clock. So I think it was interesting for Ira Krishna to create this situation.
Yeah.
This is
Queen d4.
Okay, so now maybe we have queen.
Now it's a full. It's just an immediate repetition.
Yes, true.
All right, that will end proceedings for sure. So I guess just a very quick recap. So one decisive result in the Masters, good win for Wang Hao against Boris Gelfand. The rest of the matches were drawn. And a great result in the Challengers for Finek, beating Peshak and a great result for Motilov with winning with the black pieces. So still the leaders of each tournament are the same. Gledora leading players in the Masters, leading. Wang Hao winning doesn't affect the top places because he was not in top place. So Dayak, I believe, and Robson and Kmar all still out in front. Tomorrow is round 7 of 9, so we'll of course be back with all the action. Interesting games though. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's been a slightly longer stream today, but looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thanks from me and Natasha. Any final thoughts?
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys.
Tomorrow. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.